city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is November 14th, YC127. And holy crap, it's the Eve Universe Show! How's it going, guys? Oh my gosh, I am so sorry that I haven't been able to be around as much as I have been. I will be. I want to talk about kind of what's going on and why that is later on, but I don't necessarily want to, go into that kind of stuff at the very first. We want to get to the important topics first. So go ahead and say, welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going, guys? I am back, and we have an expansion coming next week. It's a huge one. This is pretty exciting, especially if you're into mining or exploration. But there's so much more going on. And of course, with my inability to have streamed recently, it means that there's also a lot of other stuff to catch up on. So I have no idea how long today's episode is going to go, but we're probably going to try to go as long as we have to in order to cover what we need to cover. I just realized that my mic is peaking. So hopefully I fixed that now. Let me know if the sound levels are good. The recent stuff in Null just reinforces my opinions on structures and citadels. That's interesting. So like TL was saying that Citadels is, in hindsight, one of the worst things added to the game. The complete overhaul redesign changed my mind. I don't necessarily disagree, although I responded with the Citadel expansion, with the Cataclysm expansion of WoW, from WoW of EVE Online, and I do firmly believe that. We can go into like what I mean by that if we wanted to, but also like I assume that TL is doing that classic mistake of like using the word Citadels for all structures. But I'm curious as to what makes you think, what about the Null stuff going on makes you feel like structures are an even bigger problem than before? So that's an interesting question. But there is actually huge stuff going on in Null and elsewhere in EVE, just in time for the expansion. Lots and lots of stuff to cover. Obviously, most of you guys are probably going to know some of it, but we're going to jump into the news by going way back to what I should have covered last time. Including the patch notes. Actually, now that I've said that, is there anything actually useful here? No, there's not anything useful here, so never mind. So we have... Let's just... I just want to jump into the expansion stuff first. Okay, no problem, TL. Please do. All right. We have the expansion notes, which dropped today, as well as the director's chat stream recording to look at. I haven't watched, I was going to watch several of the other recordings. There's been 2 other videos that have come out, and but we didn't get a chance to cover those. I think that this director's chat has a pretty good, does a pretty good job of covering all of the previous information as well. So I don't know if there's necessarily a big point in going back to the previous videos besides just the director's chat one, which it just got put out today. Let me know. And also, actually, real quick question: those of you who have watched the Catalyst in Focus chat or stream, should we cover that? Should we watch the video first, or should we go through the expansion notes first? I'm going to start with the expansion notes, and if it makes sense for us to jump over to the video, we're going to do the video. The expansion notes are there's a lot to them. But there's still some questions and stuff. Lots of exciting stuff to cover. So I guess we can just jump straight into that. So here is the Catalyst expansion notes. Greetings, expansion enthusiasts. The Catalyst expansion is arriving next week at 11 UTC on the 18th of November. We are delivering the patch notes early so that you can absorb everything that's coming next Tuesday. We invite you to join into the players' discussion and content on the Discord and forums. Okay, so one of the biggest new things is the 2D map. So this is something that they've been working on for a while. They showed it off on FanFest, and now it is finally coming. It is pretty cool what they've done with it. We played around with it a little bit, or at least I've seen people playing around with it a little bit. I think it's really, really well done, and a lot of people are really excited about it. Now, obviously, you can still use the new, the old style, 3D map that shows you the actual location of the different stuff in space. I'm pretty sure this replaces the abstract version, which kind of flattens it out. But maybe there's all three. There might be all three. But the point is that this is significantly closer to the way that Dotland does things. Now, there is a bit of a sacrifice there, which is that, you know, because of the fact that it's laid out on 2 dimensions, the actual proportionality of distances and stuff is lost in some cases. And so they had to be pretty clever about how to show things like Sino jump ranges and stuff like that. But, you know, new features to the map. This is something that was a big piece of what they've been working on since Legion. And we'll check that out, of course, when it comes out. But this is one thing that has a lot of people excited. It has a heat map view when zoomed out for overview of the universe data. That is actually one of the really cool things, which is that, like, as you zoom out, it clumps the resolution. So that way you can see, like, oh, there's like 5 things here. And then as you zoom in, you can see how those 5 things are divided up amongst the actual constellation. So this makes the map significantly more useful, which I think is really good, because I think that, like, so they've spent so much time building other content discovery devices like opportunities and like the agency, but I would say that a lot of those changes historically have been very in the trenches of Eve design brained, right? Like the idea that you have to teach somebody to go to the agency to look up content. You have to teach people to go to the opportunity window and how to use it to find what you want to do. The idea of opening up a map and seeing what's around you to see what to do is intuitively obvious to players that haven't even played the game. So I think that it's been a long time coming for better mapping tools. And like the idea of the 3D map and the contention between the old map and the new map and blah, 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 blah has always made it difficult for CCP to do that. But we see that, you know, especially with this 2D map being made, CCP is doubling down on the map and the information that's there. And I think in the long run, like that's going to be a much better content delivery or content visibility device. I think the idea of like opening up the map to see what's around you can be added into our gameplay loop is the wrong word, but like, you know, our session loop, as it were, rather than opening up opportunities and agency. You can still do those, but this feels more, what's it called? Oh, shoot. Now I can't even think of the word I was thinking of. It's not even the right word. Like when something's integrated, it feels like the kind of thing that you would do as a pilot too. Now having that integrated with agency and all that stuff will be very important. But either way, we've improved how data is displayed on both the 2D and 3D maps. The new visualization now aligns more closely with player expectations, drawing inspiration from the classic map behavior. Filters now use logarithmic scaling, which makes it easier to distinguish increments and lower end values, even when big outliers on the map. Yeah, the high end of scaling, you know, if you have some systems with 300 plus destruction and most of the systems have 1 to 5, you know, in ship destruction, it's going to be very difficult to display those 2 ratios without having something like a logarithmic scaling. So like those high numbers will blow out the whole scale. A legend has been added to help interpret the data shown on the map. By interacting with the tuning icon on the legend, you can now open the filter editing panel where you can adjust the data range displayed, switch between logarithmic and linear scaling, and customize the colors used for visualization. All very great stuff. Your changes will be saved per filter, allowing you to tailor how data appears and focuses on what's more relevant to your needs. Okay, this is all extremely cool, but then begs the problem of like, it'd be so cool for us to be able to save these settings and possibly even share them to people. So that way we can help like a newer pilot. Like here's a customization of all of your map stuff. You know, here's the classic. Here's the Eve Scout official, you know, filter pack for your maps. You know, whatever. All right, jump range visualization. Pilots flying ships equipped with jump ranges Jump drives can now toggle the jump range display on or off in both 3D and 2D map via the jump icon in the bottom right-hand corner. In the 2D map, reachable systems are highlighted, and in the tube subway map mode, reachable nodes can change their shape from circles to diamonds. Tube subway map mode. What does that mean? I guess that is that the, because they're talking about the 2D in the 2D view, reachable systems are highlighted, and in the tube subway map mode. So what is the tube subway map mode? And how is it different than the 2D version? I wonder. Okay. Hovering over a system provides information about jump range, fuel consumption, and fatigue incurred after the jump. New filters. We've expanded the range of filters for 2D and 3D maps, or anomalies displayed as pins, or distribution. So or anomalies are now shown within a 5 jump range, or distribution. I wonder if you're going to be able to see what type of or anomaly it is. Well, you're at least going to be able to see that it is an or anomaly, so that's a bigger one. Or distribution, showing where ore belts are located across New Eden. That's fine. That doesn't change much. And specific ores shows where particular ores can be found. This is going to be like, these little things are going to be a big deal, but are relatively small. But if you think about it, like especially newer pilots, especially going through like the career agents or whatever, that's a lot of the time where they're first trying to be like, I want to mine the stuff to build this thing. And so being able to be like, okay, where is this ore? Is cool. Now, spoiler, they did actually remove Isogen from the venture, so it's not going to be as much about drawing people into dangerous places before they even finish the career agent, but still. Okay. This is where we're going to be introducing the new information sidebar that appears alongside the map. It provides extra context about the selected filter, helping you explore ore data and learn more about the resources that you're seeing. This is a big piece of like what they've been talking about, where they want to make sure that this is the side panel that they've kind of showed off. It's going to be like where they put in things like, you know, information about big fights or, you know, whatever, any of that kind of like, it seems like they're going to be building new tools to like algorithmically, I hesitate to use a word like AI driven or whatever, but like algorithmically determine what is interesting content to make it so that the map pays closer attention to what's going on and feeds us more information about what it is that is interesting and the local news and everything. Again, I'd really like to see this integrated with opportunities and agency. I would also really like to see opportunities and agency, you know, rebranded as Aura, but, you know, I'm going to keep hitting that drum. All right. So the following quality of life improvements have been added. Pilots can now search for landmarks directly in the map search field. That's pretty cool. Although it'll be good if there is like a list of landmarks, so you don't have to know about the landmark in order to search for it. But either way, directional arrows have been added to the 2D map to make regional connections clearer and easier to identify. Hold on a second. Now that I've said that, does the existing map... Oh, by the way, there's a huge problem right now in Eve that I have found, which is that, like, it's getting stuck in Alt and Control or, like, other modifier keys. I'm not 100% sure what's causing it. I did see reports about it on the forums, so it is happening to more than just me. What I've been finding is that it's like when I Alt-Tab and then click off the screen. So like if I have the window highlighted and then I'm holding a modifier key and then I click off the screen, it's as if the Eve client holds on to that modifier key until I go back to the client again and re-click the modifier key to release it. So like, for instance, here's, actually it's happening right now. So right now I'm not holding any keys, okay? No, but if I click and drag, you can see it's like, hold on. You can't see right now. You can, oh, now it's not, oh yeah, okay. So what's weird is, okay, so the click that goes back to the client works. So if I click off the client and then click back to the client, I can spin my camera around. But as soon as I release and then click again, it is now counting as if I'm using as if I'm holding an Alt. We can test that by spinning it around again. And then, where's the landmark? Hold on. Uh-oh. I am at the, oh, here we go. So now I have the Alt key, you know, whatever, and I can go click and drag, and it zooms in. So it's as if I'm holding in Alt right now. And then if I click Alt again, now it releases it, and it's fine. So people have also been talking about it with Control or whatever. What I find is that if you're holding a modifier key, when you click off the screen, then it holds on to that modifier key. But also I had the additional problem where if I had a second client on, if I had two clients yesterday, then clicking on the second one wouldn't do anything. Like it was as if I was still clicking on the first one, even when I wasn't. And so that ended up making it so I couldn't actually be interacting with both my clients at the same time. Huge nerf to multi-boxing. Not sure if it's intentional. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure it's not intentional, but yeah, just be advised about that, especially if you are a multi-boxer right now. This is a pretty serious issue. I was having the same Alt key issue, didn't have time to figure it out, so I quit for the day. Yeah, exactly. Well, yesterday, like I said, yesterday I was having the issue where I couldn't even like change which client was quote unquote the active client. And so I ended up just having to close out one of the clients in order to make it work. Why does my mic keep peaking? So yeah, just be advised about that. I don't know any information. Hold on, let me see if there's any information on the forums about that. Real quick. Yeah. Okay. So people are talking about it at the very least. Is it just me or is Alt Tab not working properly since yesterday? Sometimes Alt Tabbing into one client into another does not work. I have to actually switch to a completely different window first to get them to the other client. Only WinTab works for Alt Tabbing. Yeah, I think that it's trying to like hold on to the modifier key and not giving it up correctly. I've had an issue for a while where sometimes I'll click on Alt to find out if it's been... Oh, yeah, no. Like, that's a very common thing where, like, that's actually something that happened a lot during the Crimson Harvest site with the one where you can't really move, is that it's very easy. I find it, especially when, like, doing control click to lock things, since you're clicking so many times, that if you accidentally double click on it, then you start moving. But, yeah. Either way, let's carry on with the expansion stuff. So hopefully they'll fix that soon. But it is a pretty decent counter to multi-boxing. All right. So moving on. Mining UI UX improvement. So mining, this is the mining update, okay? This expansion is the largest mining update since Lifeblood. No questions asked. It's pretty exciting time to be a resource extractor, a miner of all different stripes, dangerous, not dangerous, all over the place. So I'm really excited about that. It does make me really wonder what happened to Legion and its salvaging updates and that kind of stuff, since we've got basically no updates to salvaging. And in fact, they kind of indirectly nerfed the Noctis by adding more competition for its niche, but that's neither here nor there. But we did get a lot of stuff involving mining. So first and foremost, now, you know, historically, you need to fit a mining survey module on your ship, and that gives you the contents of all of the rocks around you within range in like a spreadsheet, right? So they're changing that, you know, a lot. So that way now, I think all mining ships now have a special mining scanner. Is it also? Yeah. All ore mining ships and all basic Empire corvettes, which is a weird choice, but now come equipped with a built-in mining surveyor. So we can see here, the mining surveyor is at the bottom of the screen next to your high slot, low slot, mid slot buttons. It's separate and distinct from everything else. And then it puts out a ping and it shows the different rocks color coded based on quality. And you can see the actual, it's hard to see right now because it's like a screen within a screen within a screen, but you can see the total amount, how much it's worth, what its M3 is, and some other information too, I believe. Now, the original mining survey scanner device still exists, but its role has been changed to make it so that it is more focused on improving the mining of the ships that mine the rock through like crits and stuff. So we're going to look at that. So the mining surveyor introduces a dynamic overlay displaying color-coded visual indicators of asteroid values directly in space. The overlay can be toggled on or off via the scanner button on the HUD. Turning overlay on by clicking the scan button, your ship performs a mining scan and displays color-coded visual overlays on nearby asteroids. These overlays highlight relative value tiers and estimated ISK to give players immediate at-a-glance view of most profitable targets in range. Clicking the scan button again will rescan your surroundings. Okay, so I will say this. I'm a little bit disappointed in this because I think that, like, another piece to this is actually they changed the names of the ore, right? So right now, there's, like, Veldspar, compressed Veldspar, or not compressed, concentrated Veldspar and dense Veldspar, right? And, like, the better versions have 5% and 10% additional yield per rock. So those are the good ones, right? And there is a certain amount of flavor to the fact that each ore has its own naming for tier 1 and for the different tiers of that ore. Well, they're changing that now to, let's see if I can find a good, yeah, they're now just called grades. So there's Veldspar 1 grade, 2 grade, and 3 grade. That's basically it. Or, well, there's Veldspar, Veldspar 2 grade, and Veldspar 3 grade instead of dense and concentrated. This does make it more, like, easier to pick which one you want. But here's my hot take for this, okay? Like, this isn't, I'm just going to say this, like, I'm not hyper excited about these things because I feel like mining has a lot of dead time, right? It's a good activity for newer players to get into because it's super low impact and, whatever. But, like, you're sitting there mining. These questions about, well, which rock should I be mining? How, et cetera, et cetera. Where should I be mining? These are questions that require you to do some processing, right? You mine it. Maybe you'll mine one of every rock to see what their values are. Maybe you have some spreadsheet to do it, etc. But, like, the point is that you begin the activity of mining by just mining whatever. But then you have a lot of time to sit and think about what you're doing. And so giving people an opportunity to, like, think about their stuff. Okay, well, what is better, dense, concentrated, or regular? You can just show info to do that, and it just gives an opportunity for the player to learn something. Whereas when it comes to, tier 2 and tier 3, like, obviously class 2 is going to be better than class 1, class 3 is going to be better than class 2. So it takes the, like, downtime processing out of the picture. And I really feel like that may cheapen mining in a way that may not be intuitively obvious to a lot of people because it takes a little bit of the gameplay away from mining, which is figuring out what to mine efficiently. Let me know what you guys think about that, whether or not I'm right about that. That's just kind of my gut reaction where it's like, it used to mean, I feel very much like Odyssey expansion when they changed probing to, like, where you don't have to move each individual probe. I feel like something is being lost there where there was a value in, like, you learned your ore. I couldn't tell you which one off the top of my head. I can't tell you which version of Amber is the best one, but I can tell you off the top of my head which one is the best for Veldspar, for example, because I mine that. Like, I've put the mental energy into learning that piece of information. And I intuitively feel like that's a valuable thing in a game that's all about learning itself. But, I mean, maybe just making people feel like they're empowered by giving them the correct information and allowing them to make the good decision without having to do some research is better. Who knows? I find a little bit of friction is key to give a game texture to make it interesting. I agree. And well, so for me, it comes down to like the optimization puzzle, right? So like, for instance, Zachtronic games. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Zachtronic games, but there's this guy named Zach who's made a series of games. He's basically recreated the same game over and over again, including like I think the latest, or one of the latest versions was Opus Dei, where basically the idea is that you create a factory, right? You create a tool, a thing that like does a thing, right? And so to make the factory work is easy, but then you get graded on like, how many steps does it take to do the thing? How much like how much land do you need in order to build your facility? Et cetera, et cetera. And so there's all these different ways that you can work to make it more efficient. So beating the challenge is actually not the main game. It's an optimization game. So that you step into it, you easily can, or, comparatively easily beat the overall challenge, but then you can continually focus on your understanding of the situation to create cooler and crazier optimized ideas. And so I like to think of Eve a little bit like that, especially when it comes to mining, as an optimization game. You can just go out there and start mining whatever fucking rock is in front of you, and it's fine. You will gain ISK. There's no rock that's worth negative ISK, right? But at the same time, the more you sit down and think about it, the more you can actually optimize and get more value out of your time. Not just be it by going to more dangerous things, but by thinking through your process more and getting a more efficient process. Now, some of that is still there when it comes to like knowing what facilities to refine from, knowing where to go, et cetera, et cetera. But like, I'm always very hesitant to be okay with things being just like like meaningful learning experiences being removed, Either way, that's my thought. Yes, it takes away the mystery and personal investigation and learning the names and stats. It was annoying. But like you said, a lot of time while mining and Googling, searching these things. Yeah, exactly. There needs to be a time where it's like, okay, well, guess what? You're not doing anything for the next 15 minutes because you're mining this rock and it's going to be fine. Like, spend some time Googling some stuff to learning about the game. That's cool. I agree with the developers putting some info mining as it has been an ignored activity, but the fact that the legacy code is still causing problems of being updated is getting frustrating. I don't, what part of this was affected by legacy code? Like I said, I haven't watched all of the videos per se, because I was waiting to be able to watch them on stream. But if there's a point there that I'm not aware of, isn't there going to be one rock that blows up if you mine it wrong? Yes. Yes, there are, the Mercoxic still will be dangerous, but that's also in nullsec. So, I mean, there are still little quirks like that, but yeah. But that being said, I'm being overly critical of this one piece. There's a whole bunch of other stuff going on, so let's keep going. The mining survey chipset is a passive mid-slot module that enhances your mining surveyor with detailed information on the number of units of ore available in nearby asteroids. It also provides bonuses to mining critical success chance and mining critical success bonus yield, as well as reduction in mining residue chance. Only one mining survey chipset module can be fit at a time. The mining survey chipset is available on basic Tech 1, compact, and Tech 2 versions. Existing survey scanner modules have been converted to mining survey chipset modules. So the survey scanner, whose functionality has basically been completely replaced by this new integrated mining surveyor. So the modules themselves have been completely changed to this new mining survey chipset module. So there's not going to be nobody's going to have a mining survey module after this. If you had one, it's now going to be one of these. And they feed into a big piece of this new change, which is the addition of critical chance, which is pretty cool. So now every cycle, there's going to be by base amount, 1% critical chance. And then that critical chance, I think by default, is 2 times the reward. However, you can increase that critical chance through skills and through this MER module, which I believe Mining surveyors can be upgraded with mining survey chipset to reveal additional information such as total value and remaining quantity. Oh, okay. So like without a mining surveyor, you don't get those information. You just get the value of the ore. But if you have a mining survey chipset, you also get the total value and the M3 on the rock, which makes sense because that's closer to what the mining survey would get. That's actually really good. That still keeps anybody who had a mining survey module will still want it for that exact same reason. The loyalty point wallet tracker type thing. Oh, well, yeah, that's fair. And we'll talk about that when we get there. So the one thing that I will point out when it comes to critical chance, as we're getting further into this discussion, is that remember, when you're increasing the critical chance, they're increasing it by a percentage of the base critical chance. Okay, so this is one of those ones that like happens whenever we're talking about like, well, we see this in the news all the time where it's like, oh yeah, a 300% increase of X given Y, right? But X has like a 0.5% chance to happen. So a 300% increase in X means a 1.5% chance to happen. So it's 300% increase sounds huge, but in this case, it would only be like an additional 1%. So remember here, like your base percent is 1%. So if you have something that increases your crit chance by 50%, that actually only makes your crit chance 1.5%, not 51%, okay? That's the first point. The biggest thing, though, with these crits, though, is that second piece, okay? The critical success bonus yield, which determines how much additional ore is gotten per critical hit. So even though the critical hit doesn't change that much, you know, if you can, for example, double your critical hit chance, that's cool and all, but it's still only 2%. But now it's 300% ore instead of 200% ore, which is pretty cool. And will need to be calculated into your, you know, spreadsheets and whatnot. Plus, it also reduces residue. So historically, there hasn't been any real method to reduce residue. Residue is just kind of a consequence of using higher yield tools for the most part. But now there are multiple ways of also reducing residue. So we're going to increase critical, or we're going to add criticals. So now we can get more than we expected. And we can also minimize the residue losses. So residue is a probability-based system that takes away from you. Now there's a probability system that gives more to you. Good to go. Also, from my understanding, crits do not actually count against the ore that's in the rock. So crits are literally like basically the opposite, just the exact opposite of residue, where residue takes twice as much or gives, crits give twice as much. Okay. Cargo hold capacity indicator. While the mining surveyor overlay is active, a new icon will display the current capacity of a mining hold in space scene behind your ship to make this information accessible at a glance. By the way, that information is already accessible. In case you're curious, and this may still be useful after the expansion for various other reasons, but just realize, guys, you can open up your thing and go to your HUD, which I have my HUD at the top, and you can go to options. No, sorry, that's not even how to do it. You go to your hold and you right click on it, and it goes, you switch the track to whichever hold you want. So right now I only have a cargo hold in a drone bay, but if I had a mining hold, it could be there. Now, what's frustrating is that this, if you go to configure ship health and alert settings, this available cargo hold threshold, as of right now, does not follow whichever one you're tracking. It's only your base cargo hold. I'd really like to see that be changed so that way I can have an alert when my mining hold gets a certain full. But yeah, so now you're going to be able to get that information if you have a survey module without having to, I guess, do all that. Seems more to add some RNG, which will cause mining cycles to unalign and require more micromanagement for boxes. Maybe. I mean, like your holds will fill up at different times, although That's the nice thing is that as long as you make sure, yeah, I don't know, because you already have crystals breaking at different times, rocks breaking at different times. I don't, maybe. This changes the Gnosis Huffer since you can't fit a survey to it anymore. If you would even still fly it with the Pioneer variants coming out anyways. That's an interesting point. It could be worth going through and giving the you wander off your hold gets. Yes, I get my hold alert. My hold is full alert, and that gets my attention. But I feel like that's a little late. But yeah, I do agree that if this is the case, then survey scanners should also be allowed, or the new module name should be usable on Gnosis and stuff. But whatever. Also, the new SOE ship, right? Because these things are gas, but gas. This isn't, so the survey isn't gas though. This shouldn't affect gas. I don't think this affects gas. Survey does gas too? Okay. Is that on here? Do we have the word gas anywhere? The gas harvesters will do 2 times the cycle speed. No, yes, but I mean like in the new world. Currently it does. I agree that it's currently does that. But I don't see any solid indication that the new mining survey situation will... I mean, I assume that the basic mining surveyor will work on gas too, but I don't feel like there is 100% guaranteed that that is true. Oh my God, that's a lot of uses of the word gas. Survey scanner range, no. Mining scanner upgrade, mining critical chance, success. Do we even know if crit affects gas? The Gnosis is going to lose the ability to survey for gas. Well, technically speaking, this doesn't say that anybody can survey for gas. I'm sure that's not true, but that could be a challenge. Gas clouds aren't always visible as rocks, so you may not see the color change clearly. That's true too. That's going to be a weird one. They haven't even addressed gas at all in here. So that's okay. So we're going to have to write down things that we got to like really double check. Questions that we have. Hold on. Do I have a pen? Hold on. All right. So let's see. We have what is the subway map, right? What was it called? Tube subway map. Gas survey and how it interacts. All right, let's see. We'll find out. We'll find out. Maybe next Tuesday, maybe before then. So new can of worm. What about ice? I think that ice just will work the same. They've actually specifically said that ice does crit. So, but I don't know how that's going to interact with like the crit chance increase or like the crit yield increase. Because like, what does it mean to like having 200% yield with ice makes sense. It's 2 blocks. But what does 250% ice mean? So that's going to be a question too. Also, wait. This is ice. So here, we can absolutely see it working on ice. We know that for sure. Because this is a picture of it working on ice. Okay. Now then. Faster mining cycles. Mining lasers and strip miners will now have 4 times faster cycles, and gas cloud harvesters will have 2 times faster cycles, making mining operations more responsive. The yield per cycle, capacitor usage, and mining crystal volatility damage has been adjusted proportionally to maintain the same overall mining yield over time. 250% every other crit yields 3 eyes. TL, if you think that that's true, then you have never seen CCP round. That is not ever how CCP rounds things. It's going to be something weird where it's like, yeah, I don't know. CCP round is always a fun. Hold on. Let's see if I can pull that up real quick. Dang it, that's not the actual image. Hold on. This is how CCP rounds things. So you can see that, like, depending on what it is weird. So that's my point, is that, like, we're just gonna have to test it. Because there's not just like 50%. What if it's 45%? What if it's 55%? Right? So we'll see. We'll have to see. Okay, so the thing about these faster mining cycles is that this actually does nothing of like actual meaningful change to the mechanics of the game. Because, like, so if this was any other kind of module, right? Let's say we're like, okay, well, we're going to change it so that all Triglavian weapons cycle twice as fast, but they also, like, we're reducing their damage by half and all the other stuff, so that way it's exactly the same, but it cycles twice as fast. That still would be a difference, because when you decycle the gun, it still has to finish the entire cycle and then stop. When it comes to mining, though, mining devices, mining lasers, mining, all of the mining stuff, they're the only modules that you can shut off in the middle of their operation, and they're going to just give you whatever it is that they gave you, right? So if you mine for a quarter of your cycle and then shut it off, you get a quarter of the resources that you have done. It's called short cycling, and it works in mining, and there's a bunch of other stuff. So this doesn't actually make it so that, like, you can be more responsive. Oh no, you know, it takes you longer to cycle down or anything like that. No. It's just, it's more like it checks in more often, which makes it so that, you know, part of it is to make it so that you get more crits, but they're less, like, they're not as big because they're 4 times smaller, but they're happening 4 times more often. More shots with less damage are also better. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, my point is that this isn't every other module has to red cycle. Mining modules do not. So you already could just decycle a laser at 1/4 time and get the same exact result as if you run 1 cycle in the new world. It's just designed to give you more feedback more frequently, which is fine. It also actually, like, the biggest impact here is that when multiple people are mining the same rock, then one person finishes the rock and then everybody else's cycles are completely wasted. So this means that those cycles are going to be 4 times less impact. First of all, it's happening 4 times more often. So there's smaller bytes being taken out to make it so that there's less, like, wasted cycle past what was in the rock. But more importantly, everybody else's kind of also responds a little bit sooner, that they're all mining on a rock that doesn't exist anymore. All right. Mining crits. Mining lasers, strip miners, and ice harvesters can now experience critical successes. So we can assume from this that gas is not part of that. Granting bonus yield without reducing the remaining ore in the asteroids. The chance of critical success starts at 1%, and the bonus yield from critical successes start at 200% of the standard yield of that cycle, with both values able to increase through skills, modules, and mining foreman bursts. Critical success notifications will appear on screen with added audio and visual cues to inform players when a crit occurs. Yeah, dopamine! It would be really funny if they like make a big deal about it, like do tons of game juice, like it screen shakes. And it's like, bah! Every time you crit, even though it's like just a little, it's like, congratulations, you got 7 more Veldspar. All right, new mining critical success skills. There are 2 new skills that have been added. 1, mining precision has a 10% bonus to mining laser and ice harvester critical success chance per level. This is the one I'm talking about. So in mining precision is trained to 5. You actually only still have a 1.5% chance to crit, right? Because 50% more of 1% is 1.5. Mining exploitation is a new rank 6 skill that provides a 5% bonus to the mining laser and ice harvester critical success bonus yield per skill level. So this one is also is a big deal. This means that when you do crit, that crit will be 25% better at max skills. So both of these together are kind of nice. You're definitely going to want to train them at some point as a miner. Changes to mining cycle rounding. Oh, okay. Hold on. The rounding system used for mining yields have been adjusted so the amount of ore you receive over time will, while mining will more closely match the estimated values of your modules. Previously, any remainder of less than 1 whole unit of ore that was left over after the ore unit volume was divided into the mining cycle yield volume will be rounded down and lost. Now we have implemented a system of stochastic rounding so that each cycle will have a chance of receiving 1 additional unit of ore, so that over time your overall yield will tend towards the yield that would be expected from your module attributes and bonus. So there you go. That's the answer. Is that it's not just every other time that you're going to get an extra ice. You're going to get 50% of the time you'll get an extra ice, and 50% of the time you won't get an extra ice, which is like in the long run the same thing. But that works. I like that. I hate flapping lasers. Yeah. I wonder if there will be some way to see someone got a crit near you. You see the laser flare or something. Well, if there's visual like they show, like this burst is usually yellow. So I think that you're just going to get that blue. It's like a blue pop, right? Like off your mining laser when it crits. So yeah, that will be visible to everybody. Changes to mining cycle. Oh no, one key compression shortcut. Hell yeah. A bindable hotkey that can be assigned to compress all ore, ice, and gas in your ship at once when you have access to compression in space through a mining foreman ship in fleet. So I still have to come back to the computer every once in a while to hit the button, but I no longer have to like stack all my stuff, select it all, right click, compress all, blah, 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 blah. Just one hit, boop, and you're done. That's awesome. Mining laser efficiency, mining foreman burst change. A new mining laser efficiency charge for the mining foreman burst module has been added. This new charge provides a base bonus of 50% mining critical success chance and negative 15% residue chance to fleet mates within range. These bonuses scale with pilot skills, ship bonuses, and mine links just like any other mining foreman burst, which means this is actually going to be a pretty... You could probably get upwards of almost 2... You can definitely get 2%, but I would say that you're probably going to get 3 or more % critical chance if you have correct boosts, the scanning stuff, and your skills, you know, whatever. All of the mining foreman burst charges provide enhanced mining surveyor functionality to all affected fleet members that are piloting ships with integrated mining surveyor, allowing them to track the remaining number of units of ore in nearby asteroids. So hold on. Okay, so what this means is that if the Gnosis brings a mining foreman burst on it, as well as the gas scoops, then it can burst the mining foreman link, and then it doesn't have a integrated mining surveyor, so it doesn't matter. Okay, well, the mining foreman burst basically makes it so that the integrated, or the module is almost unnecessary. It does still increase your crit chance and stuff like that, but the additional functionality of knowing how much is in the rocks and knowing how much like it's worth and all that stuff or the remaining number of units in ore is going to be given out through the Foreman link. So all of your mining ships in the fleet will be able to see how much is in the rocks now, as long as you have Foreman bursts on grid. Does that mean that miners in a fleet can free up that slot that would have put the chipset into? Technically, yes, but you're now going to lose out on that critical success bonus chance and yield. And the residue probability. So you're still going to want the survey chipset for those bonuses, but the additional functionality of knowing how many rocks are in the ore isn't there. So if you can have a chipset, it's good for your overall yield versus residue, but not for knowing how much rocks are in. New introductory message when entering asteroid fields. So don't make 2 FSP miners, fleet and non-fleet, good. That would have been work. Yes. That's true. When warping, well, yeah, and so the free ship program miners use Tech 1 mining lasers, which means they don't have residue. So you could argue that having a mining surveyor on them or chipset is not as useful. By the way, we do offer, thanks to Nolan, who's in chat right now, we offer free ships to members of the convocation for things like mining, Abyss, and other such things. So, you know, it's just another reason to join the convocation, who are here to maximize player engagement with EVE Online. We are recruiting. Go ahead and hop in the Discord. Even if you don't necessarily want to join the convocation proper, you can still hang out with us. All right. When warping to an asteroid belt and mining anomalies, a new introductory message will appear at the bottom third of the screen that lets player know the name of the location that they just arrived at, as well as the estimate of how depleted or fresh the asteroid field is. This should be especially helpful to players in high traffic space to indicate at a glance whether a field is mostly picked clean by other players or not. This is actually a really interesting one because, like, when you warp to a lot of sites, it has that pop-up window that tells you about that site, and it's kind of annoying, especially if you're doing like exploration. You set a bookmark, a landing pounce. Every time you warp back and forth from your bookmark, that pop-up box appears again. And I've even had CCP ask me whether or not like they should allow us to suppress it. And I've said yes. So this is interesting that, like, I don't know what this message is going to look like, but maybe they should replace all of the site's introductory messages with those. Phased asteroid fields. Here we go, guys. This is Gold Rush. This is the thing that they've been teasing about for a while when it comes to this is the very first Gold Rush based thing. It's not the only thing that's coming that's Gold Rush. Remember, the whole idea of Gold Rush is that something exciting is happening in a particular system that makes it extremely valuable for people to jump on it. So this is the very first version of that for realsy. There has been pseudo Gold Rushy things with the previous events, but this is the first big one. So phased fields are a high-value mining site featuring unique mechanics. They spawn randomly in low and null security space and must initially be discovered by using probe scanning. They contain valuable new ore prismaticite, which can be mined from phased asteroids within the site, and which require the use of industrial command ships to mine efficiently. In addition to the incredibly valuable prismaticite, there's also several high-value asteroids and superior grades present, which can be mined at any time as normal, right? So the way it works is that the site is up for 40 hours, and as it's going, this thing, the actual rift moves through the site, and so passes through the different ores. So at any given time, there is at most only one prismaticite rock mineable, but there's going to be all this additional stuff. So even if you're not prepared to jump on the prismaticite right now, you can still extract all of the extra like spodumene and other high-value ores that are in the site and then get out. But if you can mine the prismaticite, even better. And if you can mine the prismaticite efficiently, that's the best. So we're going to talk about that. So they showed in the new message pop-up screen, it says the name of the site and how mined out it is, players. Is that in the Catalyst in focus?
what can we do today?
And I love all the information that you get when you're warping into a belt now, right? So
Yes.
you're like, you see that little pulse come out of your ship, and you're like, oh, that's the good ore. That's the thing. And a lot of this is inspired, you were saying, Stevie Burger, from the information that players were already looking for on like third-party tools and just like spreadsheets that they'd create, like, oh, which is the best ISK per hour? What do I want to do here? So we just put it in the game. So you can just see it there. You don't need to necessarily reference stuff. There's still like a way to become an expert at it. Like the skills that you picked up, the knowledge you picked up are still very applicable, but now you can, like for new players looking at mining, they'll be able to see a lot more, be able to contribute more.
It opens up regardless, just so you can just like the guidance layer, like these asteroids, like that's amazing. But the other one they touch upon is the mining ship like ability. And it's something that I've been talking about.
All right, well, yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, let's go ahead and jump back into it. It's not that one. Okay, well, fair enough. Okay. These sites contain hyperspace fracture, which will slowly move across space, breaching phased asteroids along its path. I did do a live stream when I was doing the Sissy test, and we did look at the phased fields during that time. So you can go back and watch that if you want to. These once breached, phased asteroids are phased out and can be mined for prismaticite at 10% efficiency immediately. Okay. After deploying a mobile phase anchor and connecting it to industrial command ships, the asteroid will phase in and can be mined at 100% efficiency. Okay, yeah, got it. Well, we can always look into that, potentially. Okay, I got your post. I'll have to look at that. That is a lot to read. Okay. So this persists until it phases out over... Okay. After deploying the mobile phase anchor and connecting it to industrial command ships, the asteroid will phase in and can then be mined at 100% efficiency. This persists until it phases out over time or the fracture moves away, collapsing the asteroid. So what that means is that you don't have to keep it there. Like you can just turn it on. Like once you power it up, you no longer have to be powering it up until the end of the rock, I think. It's embedded like the aligning orbiting text. Interesting. So mobile phase anchors require 100 energy to phase in phased asteroids. Rockwalls provide 100, Orcas 50, and Porpoises 35. This brings up, like, when they first talked about that, they were like, oh, any combination of 1 Rockwall, 2 Orcas, or 3 Porpoises. And that frustrated me so much because it's like, that sentence to me almost implies that there's some sort of vestigial design that got changed. Because the only additional combination besides the ones that they explicitly listed was 1 Orca and 2 Porpoises. So why not just say that? Why say any combination of these? Because that doesn't make any sense. All of the other combinations don't make any sense. Rockwalls plus Porpoises don't mean anything. If you have 2 Orcas, then you don't need any more Porpoises. Like, there's no other combination besides the 3 explicit ones, besides 1 Orca and 2 Porpoises. It's also worth noting that the new command destroyer cannot be linked to it. It's also worth noting that it does not appear that these things have to be they don't have to have their industrial core running to do this. So while it is absolutely crazy to have to bring an Orca into low sec or null sec in order to mine this stuff, they don't have to technically be cored at all, let alone the entire time, in order to facilitate this stuff. They still can be, but I don't know if that changes anything per se, but it is interesting. Mobile phase anchor blueprints are available for 140 million ISK from the following locations: Yitri, Propel Dynamics, Ifrin Co., Freedom Extension, Zoran Sons, Dulcia Foundry, Impetus, Cameltech, Mortis Legion, Ore, and Intaki Bank Stations. So this is actually, like, this is something that we're going to see several times in this expansion notes, which is that, like, obviously Upwell is doing some stuff. These corporations are the Upwell member corporations. And so we're going to keep seeing this list of corporations as we go through this. But the mobile phase anchor are going to be 140 million. So you have to have 140 million plus 2 Orcas. This ore needs to be worth so much for this to be worth it, but we'll see. Once the fractured has moved halfway across the site, the beacon is spawned, revealing the site. Once revealed, the site location is visible to everyone in the solar system and is also visible on the star map. So for the first 20 hours, it must be located by probing. But for the second 24 hours, it's visible to everyone for the second 20 hours. That's also where the better ore is available during that second half. They said that earlier. And then the other key is that the entire time that you're in the site, though, you know how long you have, right? Because the time of the rift gives you a very clear indicator of where you're at in the site chronologically. So that could be useful. Prismaticite is resource-rich, but it's also the first of a new type called erratic. When prismaticite is reprocessed, each reprocessing batch will randomly become one of the 8 possible mineral types and provide a variable quantity of that mineral. So, yeah, this stuff is... Oh! Okay. Thank you, Malak. Yes. The mobile phase anchor blueprint is available for 140 million ISK, but the actual thing itself is not worth that much. The item is only worth 5 million. Hey, Havoc! Yeah, we're just going through the patch notes and stuff. All right. So the prismaticite is pretty much definitionally going to be the most valuable ore in the game of standard ore. Obviously, moon ore is different, but like prismaticite can provide all of the minerals. And if you just mine it and then reprocess it, it provides a random amount of random minerals, which can be useful. But also, you can do reactions in order to control the output. So capsulators can control the mineral output of prismaticite by running unrefined mineral reactions. These reactions require compressed prismaticite and atmospheric gases. Reactions for the unrefined minerals can be purchased from most Upwell Consortium member corporations, which, again, are these up here, for 50 million ISK. Unrefined mineral reactions require stand-up composite reactor. Unrefined minerals can be reprocessed into their respective minerals with variable output quantity. So it still has a variable output, but you can determine what type it is. From my understanding, there is a loss, though, right? Like if you just take normal prismaticite and you refine it and happen to get noxium, you will usually end up with more noxium than if you reacted it to be explicitly noxium and then refined it. So if you're just looking for minerals, if you just need all the minerals because you're mining and you just need all the minerals, then it's actually just best to just reprocess it as is. Only if you have a specific hole for minerals will it be worth reacting it to that specific hole and then reprocess it. This is why, like, when we were talking about this, I don't think this is necessarily going to affect the price of, say, pyrite, for example, because, like, why would people explicitly make it change into pyrite? Like, pyrite is valuable, but it's not. One of the reasons why pyrite is so weirdly a bottleneck right now is that it is essential, but not worth mining if you have other options. So in the same sort of way, prismaticite will almost always be more worthwhile if it refines to, you know, isogen or noxium or whatever, right? So yeah. Yes, please like the stream. I will say, like, I know I haven't been able to stream very much recently, and I apologize for that, but, like, please, it would be so helpful to me if you can like the stream and share this with some other people to help get it out there. I'm going to be hopefully making a lot more content soon. And again, I'll talk about that later today. I don't want to talk about it until we're done with the business of the day. But yeah, please like the stream, share it with some friends, etc. It's a huge deal for me. Mining content. Revamp the asteroid belt remnant site found in all starter systems and career agent systems. It has instead been replaced by an Empire-managed asteroid belt instead with enhanced visuals and NPCs. The number of the sites is reduced from 3 to 1 to make it more likely for new players to meet each other in the sites. New sites use an acceleration gate, which only allows standard Venture and Empire corvettes inside. And Veldspar size of the site is increased by 10 to 12%. This is an interesting thing. So asteroid belt remnants are things that only appear within the career agents and starter systems. They offer an opportunity for newer players to kind of go in there and mine. The biggest risk, of course, when it comes to any sort of high-sec mining sites is that somebody just comes in and clears it out at the beginning of the day. So this will help make sure that, like, this stuff is there for newer players to participate in without necessarily letting just everybody come in and just hoover it all up in a single, you know, whatever. It also, yeah, this is cool. I like it a little bit. Yeah. Kernite and Amber anomalies will now spawn rarely in all high security space between 0.5 and 0.8 security ratings, as they once did before the resource distribution update. Kernite and Amber are low sec ore. So this is once again another strike again at low sec minerals. So Isogen and Noxium. Kernite and Amber anomalies have had a full visual pass. So we'll see what that looks like. Kernite and Amber anomalies will now have slightly higher chance to spawn in high security space within 3 jumps of Empire Militia Faction Warfare headquarters systems. This is one of the funny things. Like, so when they added the shipcasters and they changed Faction Warfare with Uprising, like they really expected us to turn these headquarters into an industrial center. They put industrial facilities in there. There's a shipcaster, so like in theory you can build your ships there and then deploy it via the shipcaster to wherever's exciting at the moment. Especially good for battleships, especially good for like getting to battlefields. But you know, it took them almost a year to make faction warfare, or the shipcaster beacons, useful enough to faction warfare that we saw any kind of widespread adoption, and it's still been pretty lackluster. And CCP has indicated like they're not really happy with how little the war headquarters are being used in that regard. So we're seeing several buffs to making that happen, including they just recently put in like an Edencom style buff in all of the headquarters systems. So they're going to be like you mine in there better than other systems. And now there's going to be the better rocks, usually within 3 jumps of a faction warfare headquarters system. So it's going to be worthwhile to people to live in a faction warfare headquarters system and then check all of the areas around it every day to see whether or not there's any good opportunities. Kernite and Amber anomalies have a very small chance to get an escalation to a brand new high-sec exclusive mining escalation, the Shrouded Asteroid Belt. So not only are you going to be able to get the better ore there, but you're also going to get, like the chance of it escalating. Hidden Amber deposits, which need to be probed down with scanner probes, also appear rarely in 0.5 to 0.8 security rating systems. The site contains plus 15% platinoid amber and a higher chance to get the mining escalation. I'm sorry, there is no platinoid amber anymore, right? Am I right about that? Hold on. Did they not change? Wait, did they not change it? I thought they, wait. Hold on. Arcanor 3 grade, Dark Orchor. Yeah, Platinoid Amber. Wait. Oh, wait. Did they not do that to Amber? No. Yes, they did. Amber 3 grade. Oh, this is a whole new thing. Wait. What? I thought they changed. Am I wrong? Wait. I'm so confused as to what grading means now. No, yeah, because, well, Veldspar 4 grade? All right. I don't know. Grading is the name of the ore? No, I know. Right. Right hand not knowing what the left is doing. I suspect that might not be that. Because, yeah, I think this is one of those, like, vestigial pieces where the person that did this is not the same person that decided to change it all, and it just didn't get updated. Whoopsie doozy. High-sec mining anomalies such as Kernite and Amber sites, rare border sites, ice belts, and the new managed asteroid belts will now spawn a beacon into space on the overview when a player first warps to them, like faction warfare sites, to give better visibility to new players and showcase mining activities in high-sec. These beacons have been added to the default mining overview, We have not added these beacons to anomalies in low-sec, null-sec, and wormhole space for now, since miners in these areas of space may want to hide their activity. The hidden Amber site found with scanning probes in the high-sec mining escalation do not spawn a beacon. That makes sense, because that's like your escalation. Okay. Added a system-wide buff effect to Empire Militia Faction Warfare systems that grant 10% mining speed bonus. So there you go. I guess I thought it was already added, but there you go. So not only can you now have the better sites there, but there's going to be like Eden.com style mining bonuses in those systems too. I wonder, we're going to have to check out mining bonus in Intaki. My question is Intaki going to double dip on their bonuses? Since Intaki already is a Eden.com system. So is it going to get the Eden.com buff and the Empire Militia War Headquarters buff? That'll be strong. Yeah. So for example, Arkanor will be Arkanor grade 1, and Flawless will be Arkanor grade 4. That's my understanding. Yes. That's true. That's actually a really interesting piece to this, which is that like later on they talk about how they removed Isogen from Ventures, but given the fact that Arkanor's, or it's not Arkanor, but Kernite is back in HiSec, it almost feels like they could have left Isogen in more of the ships. But I guess no, because they already no. You don't need the Isogen to build the Venture in your NPE. You need the Isogen to build your mining or your Logi frigate, your T1 Logi frigate for your race in the manufacturing career. So that still will need people to go after Isogen, which, spoiler, by the way, you do actually get to mine some free Kernite right before that. So if you save all of that and you mine the entire rocks in that event, then you will have most of the Isogen, not all, but most of the Isogen that you need to actually build the other thing that you need to build by that point. And then there's another one where you have to build the thing, but then another career agent gives you it, so you can use that instead. I digress. The point is that, you know, little tweaks to the career agents. Also helps with air. That's true. Okay. NPC mining ships will now spawn much more frequently in the respective faction warfare war headquarters system. Remember, NPC mining ships don't actually mine anymore, so this doesn't mean that they get mined out. Veldspar deposits will now spawn in Empire Militia War Headquarters systems, so additional Veldspar. War Headquarters systems are Mehador, Anamon, Intaki, and Ammo. We're adding back the Amber and Kernite anomalies that were taken away from high security space when the resource distribution update took place 5 years ago. Specifically, we're only adding back the Kernite and Amber anomalies and not the ones containing Jaspit and Hemerophite to keep Noxium a more low-sec focused mineral. We want to bring back the source of Amber and Kernite to high-sec so that players are able to mine it for level 3 and 4 storyline trade missions that require it, and also add more valuable sites that are slightly less predictable than rare border sites and spawn in the same locations. Pro tip. Kernite, I guess tier 1 Kernite, class 1 Kernite. Never, ever, if you can, compress standard Kernite. And don't reprocess it either. The biggest value for Kernite, if you can, is to get Kernite to storyline agent mission systems and put them up for sale there. Because people need that Kernite to turn in for missions. It can't be compressed. And so, like, you can usually sell it for significantly more than it's worth because they can just buy it from you, turn in for the mission, and they end up with more than they started. So they have no problem with doing it. Just as a side pro tip, never compress your Kernite. It might be the same for Amber. I know for a fact that with Kernite, but Amber probably is up there too. All right. To help encourage mining and faction warfare Empire headquarters systems and help encourage them to become market trade hubs and good places for producers to buy minerals from and stock ships, which they can sell to faction warfare players. Again, they wanted it to be this way, but it never got there. So now they're trying to make it more that way. So just heads up, these headquarters, probably CCP is going to be continually like, we'll do this until it works. So like the faction warfare Empire headquarters systems are meant to be market trade hub, at least secondary market trade hubs specifically for those faction warfare pilots. Because again, you can get your ships very much like Zarzak, right? You can set up your stuff there so that, in fact, you can put your jump clone, or you can put your clone there. So that way, if you die in faction warfare, you wake up in your headquarters, grab a ship, go to the shipcaster, jump through it, and keep going. We are weighing the chance of Kernite and Umbra anomalies to have a higher chance of spawning in and around the war headquarters systems. We are also adding a small mining boost effect in those systems when adding a Veldspar deposit as a more reliable source for high-sec minerals in the war headquarters systems. As Ammo and Mehador specifically had only 4 asteroid belts, and Intaki had a special asteroid belts that only respawn infrequently, which made it hard to get consistent mining going on there. Yeah, Intaki has the special asteroid belts because it used to be a low-sec system. They said that mining crits magically create more ore, not mines ore from the whole rock. That is correct. The extra ore that you get from mining crits is given to you for free. It is not taken from the rock. So I mean, you could say it's magic, but it's more like, oh, it turns out that there was just more ore there than they originally thought, right? You happen to get a particularly nice bite of ore. Wonder if Celestis ore sites will go and edit the webpage. Oh, for the ore name change. Yeah, it'll be interesting. A lot of people are going to have to update their stuff. Although some of it, like a lot of information is just pulled directly from the API or universe data. So theoretically speaking, anybody who's tied to that, it'll just automatically update when CCP does. But they described it as you found a pocket of particularly rich or unexpected. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. I like that. And this is something I've always said, which is that like surveying needed to be an aspect of the game. And I feel like it's a little bit more now. And like the idea that a surveyor allows you to get like find the higher quality pieces and like sift out wheat from chaff, right? And this feels like it really captures a little bit of that at least. Improved visuals to low-sec asteroid belts. Low-sec mining anomalies can no longer spawn multiple copies of the same of the same site in the same solar system. This is something that they've been talking about. Like this was what they were talking about before, where they've when it comes to the newer sites that they added to nullsec, they made it so that algorithmically they don't clump up. So this is a more extreme version of that, where you will never get more than one of the same mining anomaly site in the same system. So they'll be more widely spread out, and yeah. So that's fine. Rare border sites that could spawn in 0.5 security systems that border low-sec, null-sec, and borders low-sec and blue AO sites, which could spawn in systems with blue AO suns in wormhole space and null-sec, can no longer spawn multiple copies of the same site in the same solar system. That's sad. It's always fun to go into like one of the border systems and see 2 rare border ores, but this does also mean that, so while there won't be 2, that also means that there's a bigger chance that there will be 1 because they're divided, they're spread more evenly. Adjusted the medium Jaspit deposit and renamed the average Jaspit deposit to match the naming scheme. It also means that there's a better chance that if you mine out the site, that when it gets respawned, it'll respawn in the same location. Because the other locations where it can spawn, some of them will still have their own site, and therefore they will be invalid. So there'll be less valid spawning sites at any given time. So the idea that the site would respawn in the same system it was just in after you close it goes up. Adjusted the medium Jaspit deposit and renamed the average Jaspit deposit to match the naming scheme of similar anomalies. It no longer spawns in every low-sec system and will now instead appear uncommonly throughout low-sec. Increase the size of the asteroids, increase the amount of asteroids by approximately 4 times, and added 5% and 10% Jaspit variations to that site should at least feel more rewarding. I'm glad that they didn't continue to use Jaspit special names and instead talked about the 5% and 10%. Now they've referred to the 3 tiers of ore that exist in all 3 ways. By name, by grade, and by percent. Awesome. Did they ever mention how many phase fields will spawn throughout New Eden? No, I do not believe that they have indicated that. Doubled the chance of a small variation of mining deposits from appearing in low-sec. So they've doubled the chance of it appearing in low-sec, and they can't spawn in the same system. So the chance that any given low-sec system will have one will be very high. They didn't refer to them by API ID yet. Yes, I will. So open sites after the 20 hours, then they could be available via the API, although they haven't said anything about that. But prior to that, they absolutely shouldn't be, right? They're hidden. All right. Doubles the chance of small, although you could theoretically, is there a map filter to know how much mining has been done in a system? I guess not. No, there's just combat. So no, you can't really detect somebody mining in low sec via the map. Adjusted the medium jaspit deposit and rename it. Remove rogue drone NPCs from low sec small anomalies so that they are a bit less. They are a bit easier to ninja mine with ventures, prospects, etc. The standard asteroid belt NPCs can still show up at anomalies. Well, yeah, I mean, like the standard asteroid belt NPCs are unpreventable, basically. This is actually something that's always frustrated me with low sec. It's like, oh, I want to go as a newer pilot or whatever. I want to do the more dangerous thing. I want to go into low sec and mine the stuff there. But when the rats are stronger, it's like, oh, the rat spawned. I guess I just can't do anything now because I'm not capable of taking on that rat. When really the main threat of mining in low sec should be the players. So this is a small piece of that, which I think is probably good. Added a new variation of the small mining deposit as hidden versions that need to be discovered with scanning probes. These variations have higher quality or a much higher chance to get the new low-sec mining escalation. This is great because, you know, this allows people, then they would have to be probed down. We're adding just the small ones for now to see how players respond to them in low security space. We're hoping for extra safety of needing to discover the site first, and higher quality ore makes them attractive to miners and will lead to more mining ships in space overall in low sec. Yeah. Especially with things like the other stuff, like bringing out porpoises and skiffs or even orcas in low sec could theoretically be valuable with various different of these changes. It'll be ballsy as hell, but it's viable. All low sec anomalies now have a small chance to escalate to new exclusive low sec escalation, the Veiled Asteroid Field. Veiled Asteroid Field has a similar amount of minerals found in the large Crocite, dark ochre, and gneiss anomalies, but they are condensed to far fewer asteroids at higher tiers. It has the added advantage of other players needing to combat probe you to find the site. Yeah, they can't scan it down. They have to combat probe you. Just do what all the newbies do: fly in your ratting ship and your miner. Newbies don't have ratting ships. Mining missions. All mining missions have had an enhanced visual pass. All level 1 and 2 mining missions have had their ISK and LP payouts increased by 50%. We've made sure to do a quality of life pass on many of the sites too, making sure the mission asteroids are usually within 20 kilometers of the warp-in point for the mission, so that mission ore can always be found with the onboard scanner, and players don't have to move far away from them to be able to mine the ore. Now that they have everything has been replaced with non-interactable objects, to the mission ore should always be at the top of the overview if you sort by ranges closest to you. So it'll be interesting to see, like, we should probably next week take out like a mining frigate, or sorry, the new mining destroyer, and just run some level 1 and 2 missions to see how viable they are as a activity. New mining mutaplasmids. New mutaplasmids have been added that can mutate: mining lasers, strip miners, ice mining lasers, ice harvesters, gas cloud scoops, gas cloud harvesters, mining drones, and ice harvesting drones. So minus these two, we have 6 different things. It says these new mining module mutaplasmids can be found in abyssal dead space, while the mining drone mutaplasmids are potential rewards for Concord Rogue analysis beacon sites. So, hold on. Abyss cheat sheet. Where did I post it? Really? Yep, okay, I posted it here. So I'm going to link it in chat. But if we go to my infographics page on the Notion, we can go to Abyssal Dead Space and see. So what's interesting here is that we can see that different weathers affect different modules. So like the electricals are Gnosis and Newts, darks are propulsion modules, exotics are scrams and webs, firestorms are armor, reps and plates, and gamma is shields, extenders, and boosts. So the question that I have is, how are these 6 going to be distributed through these 5 weathers? They might just make it so that they are equal in all of them. They might tie them to different weathers. We'll have to see. So let's go ahead and put down what weather for new plasmids. We'll have to see. First big ship loss was a Ferox I went mining in Lowsec with. That sounds... That story tracks. All right. And then, of course, the rogue drones, the mining drones and knife drones will come from crab beacons. And these things will affect... Oh, man. Hold on. Wow, why is there so... Oh my gosh. They added so many mutaplasmids. Where can I find it? Here we go. Mining laser mutaplasmid. Oh no, I don't think it says what it can do. Traits, attributes? Is it an attribute thing? No. Dynamic items. Here we go. Dynamic items. So we have residue probability, activation cost, critical success bonus yield, activation time and duration, mining amount, critical success chance, residue volume multiplier, CPU usage, optimal range, and power grid usage. That is a lot. That is a lot of attributes for it to mutaplasmid. When are they going to add mutaplasmids and mutaplas highs? Okay. Yuck, yuck, yuck. New ships. All right, so we got 4 new ships. We got the Sisters of Eve Expedition Command Ship and 3 new mining ships. So the first one is the Mining Destroyer, the Pioneer. It will basically be just a direct step up from the Venture. Blueprint originals for the Pioneer can be purchased from Outer Rings excavation stations in Outer Rings, so it's going to be the same as all of the other ore ships. And Alpha clones can train the new Mining Destroyer skill to level 2, so this is an Alpha-friendly ship. If I remember correctly, the big thing is that it has 3 lasers, but it also has more cargo. So we can come here and see... There's so many... Wait. Pioneer Redemption Token can be traded in for Ore Pioneer from the right agent at the right station at the right time. Interesting. I assume that that's from the... career... the new Epic Arc or whatever? Maybe? Okay, so... Pioneer. Oh, it's the first thing. Ha 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 ha. So the Pioneer has a... We're looking for ship ore hold. Ore hold. I'm having difficulty finding it. And I don't want to waste too much time. Somebody can probably give me the answer. We'll see. Is it special hold? Ah, I can't. Structure hit points. There's so many different... Mining hold capacity, 8,000. There it is. So if we look at the Venture... The Venture has a mining hold of... You can still see it. Venture is 5K? Yeah. So we have a mining hold capacity of 5K. And that does not get improved by skills, right? It does not. So, and then if we go to the T2, though, if we go to the Prospect, we'll see that the Prospect has 12K, 12.5. No increase to that. But they do have like these two expeditions. So you've got 25% mining yield and 25% mining yield, and then 100% mining yield on top of that. So I think that I think technically speaking, the Prospect is going to still be a better mining ship than the new Destroyer. But the new Destroyer is definitely going to be significantly better than the Venture is, especially for a newer player. And then there is also the consortium issue version of these, which now we get to play the game again. Mining hold capacity 10K. So the consortium issue still has a smaller mining hold capacity than the Prospect. So the Prospect is still going to be probably the best mining ship mining barges. But that makes sense. That's good. What does the Venture consortium issue have? Golly. Mining hold capacity, 6,250. So, no, it's still pretty low. All right. So, it's going to be a good destroyer. You still want to step up from it. But the nice thing about this is that it gives alphas something to step up to. Instead of like, hey, I like this mining stuff. What can I work on? Oh, you're an alpha? I guess you get to go Omega then. And like have that be your only option. I still really like this. Also, there is a new epic arc that's going to give away one of these pioneers. We're going to read that in a little bit. So they're going to be very accessible to people. And they look pretty. Then there's the Command Destroyer, the Outrider, which is a Tech 2. So these are going to be invented from the Pioneers. And it has a bonus to mining yield. So it's actually going to be designed for mining as a Command Destroyer. So it's got mining yield and drone hit points and damage per level. So 50% bonus to drone hit points and damage is going to make it actually pretty strong. Especially, hold on, let's double check. We have the Outrider, right? Outrider. What is its bandwidth? Drone bandwidth, 25. So this is going to have a full flight of 5 drones. And they're going to have a 50% drone hit points and damage bonus. That's pretty good. And a bonus to shield resistances per level. So this thing is actually going to be pretty crazy. They did mislabel it the Pioneer here. We are talking about the Outrider. But like it will be kind of scrappy. Right? Hold on. Just to double check. The Venture. Yeah, it's yeah, okay, so it's got the additional hit points. But it doesn't have the additional damage on the Venture. So this thing will actually put out more damage with its drones than the Venture does. So that's pretty awesome. This thing is a shield Magnus. Hold on. Yeah. Except for it actually has a better resistance bonus because shields, generally speaking, have a lower resistance profile than... Like it's actually got a way better tank bonus. But that's probably because it doesn't... it isn't ready to bring its own shield bursts, maybe? No, that can't be right. I don't know. But yes, it does have the same bonus as the Magnus. Or Magus, rather, when it comes to the drone hit points and damage. It has the reduction in spool up time that's standard for pretty much all command destroyers, I'm pretty sure. And they have a bonus to shield command and mining form and bursts. So, yeah, pretty cool. I really wish that the thing could link into the stuff for the prismaticites, but, you know, it is what it is. And then I think all of these other ones are all just standard bonuses, except for tractor beam range and tractor beam velocity. That's an interesting bonus on this thing. It still doesn't get like the bonuses to salvaging or whatever, so like it's not that much of a strike at the Noctis, but it is pretty funny. Now the blueprint copies of the Outrider can be obtained by performing invention jobs on the Pioneer. Yep, just like we would have expected. And as far as its build cost, I think it's pretty standard stuff compared to the other you know, ore stuff. So we can see like the Outrider has fusion reactor units, construction blocks, pulse shield emitters, ion thrusts, magnometric. What happened? Why did I just... Weird. Okay. Either way. I assume this is the same stuff as like the skiff. Hold on. Skiff. We can see here ion thrusters, magnometric sensor clusters, photon microprocessors, crystalline carbonide. And then if we go back to the Hoboleaks, we can see pulse shield emitter. Yep. Yeah. It's basically Galente T2 stuff for the most part, if I remember correctly. All right. And then... or Navy mining frigates, the Venture Consortium issue. Blueprint copies for the Venture Consortium issue can be obtained from Upwell Consortium member corporations LP stores for the price of 10 million ISK and 10,000 loyalty points. So that's that same list that was up at the top with like Yitri and Co., you know, all of them member corporations of Upwell. They really should make a better way in game for us to be able to look up the member corporations of Upwell, but it is what it is. Yeah, this includes, sorry, it's right here. Chemeltech, Ducio Foundry, Ifrin Co., Freedom Extension, Impetus, Intaki Bank, Mortis Legion, Propel Dynamics, Yitri, and Zoran Sons. Or also offers a 60% discount on their LP store at a price of 12 million ISK and 12,000 loyalty points. That's the Pioneer. For the Venture, it's 4 million ISK and 4,000 loyalty points. So again, like if you're willing to go all the way out to Nullsec to the ore stations and buy it with ore LP, which I feel like ore LP is probably pretty hard to get compared to some of the other ones in this, because ore LP can only be gotten in Nullsec, right? So yeah, if you're willing to do the more dangerous stuff, then, or like if you be in the dangerous area, then you can get it for a 60% discount. Okay. Then the Pioneer consortium issue. I don't know. Oh, salvage drone salvaging chance. That's a funny one. Bonus to boosts, so better tank. 1025. 555. Wait. So, wait. 5 mining, 5 gas. This has 10 mining, 20 range, 5 gas. So it loses the mining range bonus, and halves the mining yield bonus, but gains the additional tanking strength. Is that correct? I assume that the Pioneer Consortium issue and the Pioneer both have the same number of high slots. Whoops, sorry. High slots 4. High slots 4. Yeah, same. I was looking at the Venture Consortium issue by mistake at one point. Probably. Let me go look. Oh! Wait, no. Yes, you're right. Okay, sorry. So the Pioneer Consortium issue doesn't lose anything. It gets all of the same bonuses, except for it also gains the shield boost amount. That makes more sense. That's fine. My bad. Yeah. And it also looks pretty. Or LP is pretty brutal to get. Okay. Now then, for the ship that will be my focus for the next foreseeable future, the SOE Expedition Command Ship, the Odysseus. This thing is beautiful. All right. We have a MER battlecruiser, 4% to armor resistance. Gallente battlecruiser, 10% to drone damage. So pretty consistent with the Stratios and all that stuff. Expedition command ships. So there's a new skill. Remember, this is not technically a Tech 2 ship. This is going to be really confusing because it's basically a Tech 2 ship that isn't a Tech 2 ship. The closest thing that can be likened to is the Concorde ships, because technically speaking, they are Tech 2, but they are also not standard Tech 2 because they take multiple racial base. But either way, so we have 50% bonus to data analyzer and relic analyzer optimal range, which this part, okay, so this is one of the things that gets me about the Expedition Command Ship, which is that like the idea of like, oh, I just warp into the grid and I can just already hack all of the cans because I have the range for it and just sit there and hack them all. Like that seems cool. But the problem with that is that once you successfully hack the cans, you still have to travel to them, right? Like, it's not like the cans get replaced by something that can be tractored. You have to physically go within 2 kilometers of a can once you've hacked it. So I feel like this bonus here and on the command burst just feels kind of out of place. There may be, yeah, we need to be able to tractor them. There may be, like, there are some sites where hacking is important that isn't related to looting it, like, for instance, sleeper caches. But, like, that seems like such a niche purpose for it compared to others. It's really weird because, like, so if I successfully hack it, though, somebody else can't loot it. They have to hack it too, right? I'm pretty sure. Like, if I have a friend with me and I hack a can and I'm successful, I'm the only one that can loot it. If they want to loot it, they have to hack it too. Somebody can't just come in and steal it right after you're done hacking it, I'm pretty sure. So even if you had like a friend to participate with it, it isn't going to do anything. And it's a battle cruiser. So it's not even like you have a frigate escape bay to hop into to do something crazy, like loot it with that. So it's so weird how much of the expedition ship works on like hacking from a big range. The Noctis, or the Nestor does this too. And it's like, well, okay, great. You can hack them all, but then what? They should bring out the mechanic where it shunts the loot out into the can so you can just tractor it like the old scatter cans, but only one thing to click on. Yeah, it's funny because they actually, if you go and look at the details, like in game, we go into game and we go into our overview. settings, you can see that the actual container itself... Wait, why isn't... What did I do? The actual container itself is still called a scatter container, even though it no longer scatters. Isn't there a refitting hanger? Yes, you can absolutely refit, but like you're still going to have to travel the distance. So what was the point of the range bonus in the first place? It's got a ship maintenance bay, which allows for refitting. An SMA. All right. Can't you deploy? You're right. You know what? You're correct. You're right. You're right. You're right. I can put a ship in my ship maintenance bay. I can hack the cans, hop into the ship in the ship maintenance bay, lock the Odysseus, and pray to God nothing goes wrong, and go and loot the cans and come back, leaving my 2 billion plus ship just out there in the fucking breeze. That sounds good. Let's do that. Yeah, maybe the ultimate event hacking machine. Warp everything, hack everything, and warp off. Ghost ride of the Odysseus. Yeah, it does sound like a horrible idea. I do have a video that's called A Terrible Idea How-To Guide that's about using a magnate as a in your battleship's like frigate escape bay, so that way you can jump out into the magnate and then drop some ammo that you have stored in the magnate and then hop back into the battleship. Again, terrible idea. Don't do it. But technically, if you are going to do it, that's how to do it. Just make sure if you are going to do it, you lock the ship. Because here's the secret. A ship that is locked by anybody can only be boarded by its original owner. So as long as you can maintain a lock on your Odysseus, no one can steal it. They can still shoot it, they can bump you away, they can bump it away, they can jam you out and then steal it, etc., etc. But as long as somebody has it locked, they can't necessarily steal it. Okay. Carrying on. 5% reduction in gas scoop duration, so it's going to be good at gas scooping. I still think it should give it a longer looting range bonus. That'd be fucking strong. 3% bonus to the strength and duration of expedition command bursts, and 1% bonus to the strength and duration of armor command bursts. So it's, I think, hold on. So the standard, yeah, ships, normal battle cruisers do not get a bonus to the burst of any kind. So that 1% is still better than nothing, but obviously its bigger thing is the exploration command bursts. And then also 100% bonus to the duration of expedition command bursts. So expedition command bursts through this thing is going to be very long, and we'll talk about one of the main uses for that in a second. 50% bonus to the range of command burst modules, 50% bonus to medium energy turret optimal range, 50% reduction in CPU costs of gas cloud scoops, 37.5% bonus to scan probe strength. That's such a weird percentage to give to as a roll bonus, but sure. Plus a 10 plus bonus to relic and data analyze. Plus 10 plus bonus to what? Is that strength or cohesion? I assume that's strength, right? Because it's the rest. It's the same as the Stratios. Hold on, I'm actually in Astero right now, so let's go look. Yeah, 10% relic and data analyzer virus strength. So yeah, probably going to be the same. Can fit covert ops cloaking device. This makes it the only covert ops cloaking device ship that has a ship maintenance array, which means if you use one of these things, a Blops fleet can then, you can jump with a Blops fleet, and then the fleet can reship off, or sorry, can refit off of the Odysseus if you want to. Why you'd want to do that? There's a few, there could be some reasons, but it is interesting that, like, prior to this, there were no ships that could go with a covert ops jump bridge that could allow for refitting, and now there is. Alternatively, just dump the loot into your cargo at the end of the hack. Yeah, I don't know. I think just making it so that the cans are tractorable would be pretty good. That's one of the stronger aspects of IMO. I mean, it is extraordinarily strong. It's adding new functionality to the game. It's just going to be whether or not it's valuable enough to do that. It is worth noting that, like, well, yeah, it's going to be an expensive ship, but if you're blopsing, you're already using expensive ships. So it can fit 2 command burst modules, so it's like a normal command ship. Cloaking reactivation delay reduced to 15 seconds. Can fit a 0-point mass entangler. This thing, so every wormhole group is going to want at least one of these. The fact that it can participate in gas harvesting, the fact that it can bring the bursts to other stuff, the fact that it is so small, especially using the 0-point mass entangler, that it can fit through frigate holes, and the fact that the 0-point mass entangler makes it... This is now going to be the perfect rolling ship compared to other rolling ships, pretty much. I'm not for every situation, obviously. Some rolling ships will be better depending on specific wormholes, but like this is, everybody's going to want one of these at least available to them to use when they need to. And then this final bonus is going to be the focus of my stream probably for the next month. This ship can receive bonus effects depending on the environment. And we do not know all of the details of what that even means. This is actually pretty exciting. We know one bonus. There was one bonus. Do I have it here ready to go? I don't think I do. Oh, here we go. So this is kind of cheeky, but like during the stream, first of all, that you can see this thing in warp. The sphere turns colors while it's in warp, and that's cool. And then when it gets out of warp, it changes back, and then the spinners start spinning. But they also show off. So this is currently the system that they're in right now is M2, which is a landmark system because the M2 fight was, I think, still the biggest fight in New Eden, like in the history of New Eden from World War B2. It was a huge fight. It broke all kinds of records. So now there's a bonus in this system which says 20% salvage module duration because you're in this system. So this is, hey Reed, thank you. So this is a fun bonus. It's very cheeky. It's very on brand, right? A lot of things died in this system. So now it has a salvage bonus. Now, whether or not that salvage bonus is ever going to be like, oh my God, let's go get the Odysseus so we can salvage an M2. I don't think that's really where they're going with it. But the point here is that each individual landmark system is going to have some extra effect based on the it will be true only to the Odysseus. And they're being incredibly cagey as to what these are. So, here's a good list of various systems that could theoretically have an effect. There's probably more if we can think about it. So this is what I'm going to do, okay? The very first thing that I'm going to focus on after the expansion gets released, besides answering these questions that we're writing down on our first stream, is I'm going to be building an Odysseus, and then we're going to be flying around an Odysseus live on stream for the foreseeable future, actively hunting down landmark systems to systematically look at what effect they have. Now, obviously, some other people are probably going to figure out the effects pretty early too, but this sounds like a wonderful opportunity to kind of give myself a little bit of a challenge to get my Odyssey into each of the things live on stream. That way, if I lose it, it's going to be live on stream so everybody can see how sad I get when that happens. Ash visits every system in New Eden, and Odysseus dodges stream snipers the entire time. We'll see about every system, but I definitely want to hit all of the it's also a great opportunity. If you think about it, guys, it's a great opportunity for us to go to all these landmarks and let me talk to you about all these other landmarks. And here's a reason why you might want to follow the stream and follow the channel and watch my live streams, because I've had a deal since 2020 that is yet to actually happen, which is that this system, CTAC-J 6MT, I have said I have a Leshak red meat grinder skin. And it's in JITA right now. And I have had it as a policy that the next time I end up in CTAC 6, no, not CTAC, CTAC J 6MT, they got it wrong. The next time I'm in that system, I'm going to do a giveaway for that skin. So it is yet to happen. So I still have it. But this means that at some point in the next couple of months, I will probably end up in CTAC J. And the people who are watching live will be the only ones that are eligible to get that skin. And to show it off just a second, if we look at the Leshak, it would be the red meat grinder skin. No. This is so. If you've watched the Empires of Eve, like the Siege of CTAC J, so basically 70 Russians held the line against the Southern Coalition in CTAC J a long time ago. This is actually how the goons ended up making friends with the Russians, because actually, fuck. Let's just play the video. Let's play the video. Hold on, let me set it up real quick. I love this video. Oh, CTAC K is not it. Did I spell something wrong? I before E? No. Empires of Eve. Let's just try that. Yes, got it.
In February 2006, the south of EVE Online's player-ruled Nullsec region was dominated by the Russian Confederation, Red Alliance. The Great Wars of 2004 and 2005 had left Red Alliance as the last remaining major power in the region. But unknown to the leaders of Red Alliance, a coalition of allies was forming to rise up against the Russians, to reclaim what they believed was their rightful homeland. Individually, these groups were no match for the Russians. But working together as a singular unit, the coalition of the South was unstoppable. The coalition's fleet was one of the strongest armadas ever assembled in EVE Online. More than 400 coalition ships arrived in Red Alliance territory, and the Russians began to fall apart. System by system, the Russians began to lose their grip on the South. The Red Fleet had grown soft after years of unchallenged rule and was decimated by the invaders. But Red Alliance drew a line in the sand when the coalition arrived in the region of Innsmother. The Russians planned to fight tooth and nail for their traditional home region. The Russians unveiled their brand new fleet of colossal Dreadnought-class warships and prepared for the fight. The battle was a disaster. Red Alliance's state-of-the-art Dreadnought fleet was completely dismantled, and the entire alliance began to fall to pieces. Hundreds of members began packing up their gear and evacuating the area, until all that remained were a mere 70 pilots. But those final 70 refused to retreat. They vowed to resist and went into hiding as the coalition overwhelmed their systems. They stayed behind enemy lines and trained as resistance fighters, waiting for their chance to strike down coalition rule and restore the Red name. The Russian freedom fighters prowled through the newly conquered coalition of the South territory, destroying hundreds of stray coalition ships. As time passed, these 70 guerrilla pilots became the most finely tuned fighting force anywhere in EVE Online. But the Russians knew they couldn't win the war by winning small battles. To reconquer their homeland, they needed to defeat the Coalition fleet head-on, and they would begin in the star system Sea-Tac J6MT. The 70 Russians launched a sneak attack on the system, destroyed every piece of Coalition property, and quickly erected defenses. The massive Coalition fleet would soon come in force to reclaim the stolen system, but the Russians were ready. On May 25, 2006, 400 Coalition of the South warships warped into Sea-Tac J6MT, ready to deal the final blow to the Russian resistance. The Coalition's dreadnought siege ships lumbered into position, readied their massive weapons batteries, and aimed to obliterate the 70 Russians. The Russians were outnumbered 5-1, but they were prepared. As the Coalition's dreadnoughts unleashed a torrent of destruction, the Russian fleet commander gave the order to counterattack.
This video is so epic.
The battle lasted several hours, but when the smoke cleared, the Russian defense was still standing, and the Coalition's Grand Armada was destroyed. The Russians had held their ground against incredible odds, but their war for revenge was only just beginning. And the rest is history.
So I love this video. This is like the video. If I'm trying to introduce somebody to EVE Online, this is one of the 2 or 3 videos that I show them. The Empires of EVE book are fantastic. Andrew Groen is fantastic. He's done a couple of talks. In fact, down here you can even see one of them. EVE FanFest from 2016, a history of the great wars of EVE Online. He's done a couple of those. They're all fantastic. But the point here is that Sea-Tac J is this legendary system that the Russians managed to defend. And so to that end, they have this special skin that was released as part of EVE Russia. Like during the Invasion World Tour in 2019, they, instead of having one fan fest, they had like 8. And so all of the minor get-togethers throughout the world all were like escalated to fan fest level. And so they introduced like different skins for each place, right? So like each location had skins that were put in that were like a reference to it, right? The American one was the Casino Clash because it's at Vegas, for example. So this was the Russian one. And this is one of my favorite skins of all time because A, it looks really sick and it has this particle effect. Here's the constellation. And you can actually see, if you watch, the capitals of the Southern Coalition jumping to their doom to Sea-Tac J. So this is a pretty legit skin. It is worth a fortune at this point. And if you want an opportunity to get it, you just got to watch my streams as I'm running around with the Odysseus. And the next time I end up in the Sea-Tac J system, we will do it a giveaway to only the people that are at the stream at that exact moment. So just something to think about. Might be a reason to follow the stream live. All right. Carrying on. I think that was it. Odysseus, great ship. Blueprint copies for the Odysseus can be obtained from the Servant Sisters of Eve faction member corporations for the price of 250,000 LP, 250 million ISK. This includes Sanctuary, Food Relief, and Sisters of Eve Corporation. So also remember that its build cost is about 20 or 30% above the Nestor. That includes minerals and LP net resonators. So, or Sisters of Eve net resonators. So, you know, now is a great SOE LP, which is already one of the most popular and valuable high-sec LP, is going to only increase in value with this coming out. There's a cool video here. God, that's so pretty. So pretty. Who knows? Maybe if I get the Odysseus to survive all the stuff, then I'll give that away too or something. I don't know. The LP store cost alone is 750 million. That means if you're buying, You mean like if you're buying the net resonators and the blueprint, right? Well, remember, does the net resonator, the amount of net resonators required gets reduced by like Right-to-Roos and rigs and stuff, right? When I first saw the ship, I thought the round part was the front. There's a lot of ships that end up being that way. 2.5 times more than the Nestor in the LP store? Wait. That's gross. Added the Expedition Command Burst modules. These modules can be activated to give you and nearby fleet members bonuses to hacking, scanning, and salvaging. Expedition Strength Charge improves the scanning strength and virus coherence of all analyzer modules. Expedition Pinpointing Charge improves scan deviation and cycle time of salvager modules. And Expedition Reach Charge improves the range of analyzer modules, salvager modules, and directional scanner range. So, this ship here, really, I feel like is a clue to like what is actually happening in this expansion, right? Like, I have this feeling like there was a boardroom meeting when they were like, okay, well, what are we going to do for the winter expansion? Well, what are things that exist for a more standardized form of gameplay, like combat and stuff, that we can port over to other things, right? In other words, what would a mining command destroyer look like? What would a mining destroyer look like? What would an exploration command burst look like? And those questions are where these various different features of the expansion came from. Like, it really feels like the Odysseus comes from the initial question of what would it even mean for there to be expedition or exploration command bursts, right? And that's why it kind of like they kind of feel like they don't necessarily make a ton of sense in a lot of ways. They do improve scanning, but I don't personally need additional bonuses to my scanning in order to get it done. You know, and there's a lot of things that's like, okay, well, how do we even make this make sense, right? The idea of like, what does an expedition command burst even look like? And how do we even make that make sense? And this appears to be their attempt to it. The big standout to me is the directional scanner range. Now, if you guys don't remember, a few months ago, they actually did change. So now every ship, we can even go look in here and we can see like, it's actually kind of easy to find it because it's like got a weird number. Here we go. Maximum directional scanner scan range, 2.147483647 times 10 to the 12th. That is the standard maximum directional scan range. Now, it used to be that just everything had that scan range, but they had recently made it so that this is now an attribute on ships. And so this is something that can change. It used to be that the reason why maximum directional scan range existed was because that was basically integer limit kilometers, right? But they've changed it so that they've removed that restriction, so now they can increase D-scan range, and they've put that on this Odysseus command burst module. Well, technically speaking, other ships can hold expedition command burst, but obviously the Odysseus is going to be way better at it. Okay, so there is something here that I think it stands out very obviously as being something that this is going to be used for, which is that now, combine this with the fact that the Odysseus has 100% bonus to the duration of expedition command bursts. What this means is that the Odysseus can be with a fleet, right? You land on a gate, the Odysseus bursts its command burst to give the fleet additional scan. You could probably go with scan strength, but you definitely want this reach charge, right? So I burst this, and my tackle, you know, the tackle interceptor or whoever, gets this boost and then jumps into the next system. And now he can descan better. And with increased scanning strength, theoretically, I see it doesn't have speed in scanning, right? Scan, what is the pinpointing? I don't remember exactly. No, because that is pinpointing. It's shit. There's the third stat, which is how long it takes to scan. It's cycle time of salvager modules. But what I'm saying is that so you jump in. So the way that combat probing works when with tackle is that I'm going to jump in, and then I'm going to use my directional scanner to figure out what celestial the person is at, and then I'm going to drop my combat probes directly on top of that celestial, that planet, and scan it. And in one scan, in about total of 10 seconds, I now have your exact location, and I can get there. And I think that, like, this definitely improves that. But like I said, they're not making it so the combat probing is faster, but they're giving you that additional D-scan range, which is going to make it so that that tackle ship can check more sites more effectively. So I think that that's a big, like, this directional scanner range bonus in combination with the fact that it lasts for so long is going to be a big key piece to bursting it and then sending your tackle through. It's especially, again, wormholers. This is a gift to fucking wormholers because you can be on the wormhole, right, ready to jump through and then burst this and then send your tackle through. If you have like a wormhole that connects to nullsec or whatever, and you want to grab somebody really quick, like this is only going to improve that process. And of course, you already want an Odysseus there, so that, because that's how you also roll wormholes. So, and gas huff. All right. Blueprints of the Expedition Command Burst modules and charges can be found in the Servant Sisters of Eve member corporation stations for sale. Huh. Oh, no, blueprints. That makes sense. A faction variation of the Expedition Command Burst can be found at the LP store. I wonder what the faction version is going to be different. I don't... Hold on. Faction variation of the Expedition Command Burst can be found in Servant Sisters of Eve LP store. I'm not seeing that. We do see... Oh, no. Sisters Expedition Command Burst. There it is. So, Sisters Expedition Command Burst. Blah, blah. It's got the same description. We'll have to see what the difference is. Modifier duration, 80,000. Oh, it's got a longer burst. It's even more longer. That's probably going to be the biggest change. Maybe some fitting requirements too. Power grid 100, power grid 110. Yeah, so it's easier to fit and the burst lasts longer. My tinfoil is telling me the Odysseus is perfect for updates that might be coming later, which is why I'm probably going to keep one on hand. That's also true. Especially since we're going to be doing more stuff about landmarks and special sites and special weather effects and all that stuff. And the Odysseus will continue to kind of engage with those in a way that nothing else currently does. An Expedition Command Mine link can be found in Concord LP stores, even though it's Sisters. Right? Yeah, it's a Sisters Command Mine link. But it's purchased through Concord LP. Okay, sure. More so that space-time is fracturing. Who knows what spooky things might pop out? Yep, that too. The Sisters Expedition Command Mine... Wait, hold on. An Expedition Command Mine link can be... Okay, so the basic Expedition Command Mine link is gotten through Concord LP for 20 million ISK and 20,000 LP. Concord LP is from Incursions. And Sisters Expedition Command Mine link, which combines the effect of armor and expedition, can be gotten from the Sisters of Eve member corporations for 100 million ISK and 100,000 LP. Added new integrated sensor array, carrier-only module. Okay, we're going to talk about that in a second. What? Oh, yeah, okay. Cool. So that is the Odyssey so far, or the Odysseus, rather. And so we're going to be looking at that, of course, a lot during the expansion. I hope to be flying around a lot. Maybe we'll see it blow up. Maybe we won't. All right, carriers. This was the other big change. They get a visual overhaul. A lot of them do. But, okay, so carriers decreases the build cost by approximately 30% across the board when it comes to carriers. This matches the same build changes that were made to dreadnoughts when they tweaked those a year or two ago, and also decreased the build time by 10%. So carriers are going to be a lot cheaper to build and faster to build. So the reduction represents around 1 billion ISK per hull at time of writing. At this new price point, these ships will be somewhere between Marauder and Dreadnought. This allows players to make more meaningful choice when selecting their ship. So it's going to be cheaper than a Dreadnought. Wait, how much are carriers right now? Okay. So yeah, a carrier is currently estimated at 3.6 billion. So it's funny because like back when like the reign of the Rorqual was happening and everybody had cheap ships, you could actually get a carrier for about $1 billion. So it's still going to be about 2 billion. So it's going to be just above a Marauder, but it's, dreadnoughts are usually about 3 billion. So yeah, it's going to be somewhere in between. That tracks. The cost is all right, and then we get cool visuals. Carriers are pretty. Rightfully so, a carrier is a support ship and should be more accessible and found on grid more often. I agree. Remember, carriers can conduit jump now and micro jump drive, so they bring a lot of utility to the field. Okay, carriers can now have an additional support fighter squad active, so their limit has gone from 1 to 2, and their total number of fighter squad tubes to 4 from 3. So they can't actually release more fighter squads than before, but they can have more support squads than before. There's also support fighter effectiveness bonus being added. The Archon is getting a bonus to the Cenobite, which is neutralization. The Chimera gets the Scarab, which is ECM. The Thanatos gets Siren, which is afterburner speed. Okay. And I don't know that much about carriers. I ain't going to lie. And the Nidhogger gets the Dromi support stasis web of fire. Why does the Thanatos get an afterburner speed bonus? What's the difference? What is so special about Sirens? Warp disruption gives a moderate speed boost. Okay, that tracks. That makes sense. So they don't want to necessarily make it so it scrams further or something like that, but it does. It moves faster, so it can get the point on target faster, and everything else has a micro warp drive instead of an afterburner. So that's probably why. Because like increasing, well, I guess the other option would be to extend its range for its scram, or maybe the points of its scram. It makes sense to give it most, like more quickly get it on point, as it were. That's fair. It's just weird to be like ECM bonus, ECM bonus, ECM bonus, afterburner bonus, but whatever. Okay. Also, all fighter bays have been increased by 5K M3. It's on fighters, not the carrier itself. No, these are bonuses on the carrier. So the Thanatos will have a 2% bonus per level to the Siren Afterburner speed bonus. So not all Sirens will get this speed bonus. Only Sirens that are being used on a Thanatos will. Only Dromies being used by a Nidhogger gets this bonus, etc., etc. So it is actually on the carrier. Also, Mimitar should have the speed bonus rather than Glente. Well, also the Dromie already has Micro Warp Drive. So, Hey, Gary. All right, these changes aim to strengthen the carrier's long-range E-War niche. A carrier pilot can now field an additional support fighter, giving additional utility with no loss of DPS. They'll also have the option to field 2 support and 2 light fighters at the same time if the need arises. Support fighters themselves are more powerful when used by a carrier. Each faction will be able to make the most out of their respective support fighters with an additional 10% bonus to effectiveness. Dromie is making your opponent slower, that's true. And there's this new visual to the launching of fighters. This is a Nyx, right? Hold on, that's a Nyx. Is that a Nyx or is that... Wait. No. That's a Thanatos? That's a Thanatos! Okay. Yeah, you can see the drones, like the fighters, lock up into position and then take off. And then you can also see them land back inside too. So just really cool visual improvements. Sorry, it's a new design. It looked like this looked like the central piece of a Nyx normally, but like, okay. I didn't see the... Oh yeah, I guess that is like a glass see-through thing there. I wonder how it's going to look on the other ships. I have mad respect for these little kind of artistic details that are probably not going to be like even noticed by a lot of people, but like to the people that are paying attention, these are the little things that make it feel so much more real. So great. Part of the expectation of the carrier is the ability to move large number of ships. As such, this ship maintenance bay of all carriers have been doubled. Ooh. Now, it used to be that carriers had more than everything else, and then everybody was made to have the same ship maintenance bay or whatever. So now carriers are even better at suitcasing things. Other carriers have a blast door. Thani is special. Well, I wonder, like, if there is going to be an animation like this on the other carriers then. All right. They have decreased the max targeting range of the Archon, or of all of them, by a significant amount. So carriers used to like sit like 4K away or whatever, and then project down using, okay, let me actually take a step back and say, okay, it used to be that fighters could, oh, they show the animations in the focus. Great. We can look at those. So it used to be that fighters could warp. So you could actually have like a Thanatos in a pos, like sticking its nose out the pos, launch its fighters, and then assign those fighters to a pilot that isn't even on grid with you, right? They could be gate camping a gate, or they could be running an anomaly or whatever, and the fighters would warp to them and like support them in the same way that drones do. And this was an incredibly strong way of dealing with things like, like you could carrier support your ratting. Now, that was removed a while ago, but that's where this term Skynetting came from. And as a result, they were given, when that was taken away, they were given these networked sensor arrays and these extremely long lock range bonuses. So that way, it wasn't a complete loss for Skynetting. But like the idea that the carrier didn't even have to be on grid and could be relatively safe, pretty close to their POS, like it got them out of their POSs, right? I used a POS skim with a carrier and send my fighters to a Vargur and rat like that. Yeah, a lot of people did back then. But now they're changing it up so the piece to this, the network sensor array is designed to make you able to lock very, very quickly. Because the issue is that you are a carrier, which means you're a capital, which means it takes forever for you to lock anything. And yet, you might need to be locking a whole bunch of different stuff at extreme ranges so that way you can control your fighters to go deal with them, right? So the network sensor array was originally they're kind of compromised to this. Although as far as like the siege modules go, it's probably the least popular of them. But so they've changed the way that things work. So now they can have a network sensor array or an integrated sensor array. And the network sensor array multiplies the max target range by 12. Sorry. My bad. The integrated sensor array has the same functionality as the network sensor array, except it multiplies max target range by 12. So that way it can get that extended range, but only when it's sieged, right? Only when the integrated sensor array is running. Removes the max target range cap, which is 250 kilometers, if I remember correctly. Has a 2-minute duration, so you're locked in for that 2 minutes. Has a negative 30% bonus to repair module duration and capacitor use. In other words, you rep a third faster without any additional capacitor, so it's just better local tank. It does not disable micro jump drives or micro field generators for the integrated sensor array, but it does for the network sensor array. So if you update to the integrated sensor array, you will still be able to use micro jump drives and micro jump field generators, even though you are locked in for that 2-minute duration. So it's kind of a soft lock-in, sort of. No increase to EWAR capacity costs. Uses the visual effect of the triage module. Cannot be fit to supercarriers. And you can still receive remote repairs when it's active, just like the NSA. But didn't they... Wait, hold on. Hold on. They sacrificed... What did they change to the network sensor array? Oh, it's the time, right? Because there is a trade-off here. This is actually an interesting point and a problem at the moment. So the normal network sensor array, we can see, has an activation time of 1 minute. Okay, the new one has twice the length. So if you are willing to be pinned down for twice as long, which remember you can still micro jump drive and stuff, but otherwise you're pinned down. Which remember the micro jump drive for a carrier is actually, I think, 300 kilometers. Hold on. That was not enough, probably, of a word. Capital micro jump drive. Oh, it jumps 250 kilometers. So the issue here is that even if you jump, if somebody else gets on top of you, everybody can just still warp directly on top of you because you've jumped further than your minimum warp or the minimum warp range. So like if they have combat probes on you, for instance, they can just immediately get back on you. So it's not 100% safe, but it does help kind of, there's a balance of like risk versus reward when it comes to using these two modules. So here's the thing about this. Okay, hold on. Actually, let's read a little bit more. Build cost, blueprint availability are the same as those in network sensor arrays, and network sensor arrays can be traded in for integrated sensor arrays at all LP stores. So this last piece is a thing that has been kind of a point of contention at the moment. And on the one hand, I kind of agree with the complaints, but on the other hand, I feel like what they're doing may in fact be the best solution given a bad situation. So the closest thing to this that has happened historically actually also happened to carriers. It used to be that carriers and faxes were the same thing, that carriers could fit triage modules. And while a carrier had a triage module active, it basically was what a fax is now, right? And with the Citadel expansion, they split it up. So now there's carriers and faxes. They both use the same skills, although they originally weren't going to use the same skills, but they backed down and made it so they use the same skills. But the only difference is that the faxes can use, or not the only difference, but the big thing, all of the logi capabilities of the triage module was moved to the faxes, and the carrier got to keep everything else, right? The fighters and stuff. So when they did that, the way that they managed this, because like in any of these kinds of situations, they always need to go from the way things were to the way things are going to be, right? And one of the big things is that CCP does whatever they can a lot of the time to prevent a disruption. Like one of the things that they used to say, especially when they mess with skills and stuff, is like, if you could fly it before, you can fly it now, right? So they try to make it so that these things are able to just like, to somebody who's just doing the same thing that they were doing right before the patch, it should be the same. So the question was like, all of a sudden there's going to be faxes and carriers. Prior to this, some carriers were carriers and some carriers were used as what we would now think of as faxes. So how do we do this? And at the time, the way that they did it was that any carrier that had a triage module fit to it on the release date of Citadel's expansion automatically was transformed into a fax. So if a carrier didn't have a triage module fit to it, it stayed what it was. And if it did have a triage module fit to it, it became the fax version. Okay. Now, this did work. It made it so that people that wanted their ship to be a fax got to be a fax. People that wanted their ship to be a carrier got to keep it a carrier. But it wasn't without its issues, right? One of the big problems with these kinds of games is like, well, what about people that are AFK? And it has been an issue that has come up occasionally, not so often anymore. As time has gone on, it comes up less and less. But we do end up having issues with people who were AFK or weren't closely paying attention to what was going on at the time, et cetera, who had their ship turned into a fax that did not expect or want that to happen. And so it worked, but it wasn't perfect. Another good example of this is if you've been away from the game for a while and came back, you may notice that all of your reprocessing skills are gone. Well, that's because reprocessing got or the way that reprocessing skills worked changed so fundamentally that instead of like trying to line them up from the old style to the new style, what they just did was reimburse everybody's skill points for all of those skills, and then you could just reapply them if you wanted to. Again, not a perfect solution, but definitely better than what it could have been, right? So the issue with this situation versus the fax situation is that in the fax situation, if a carrier had a triage module fit to it, it was acting like a fax. And so changing it to being a fax made sense. And if it didn't have a triage module on it, then it would become a carrier, or it would stay a carrier, which could no longer have a triage module on it. So you could theoretically be like, okay, well, I can infer by the fact that this carrier has a triage module on it that it wants to be a logi carrier, which means it wants to be a fax. But the problem here with this one is that the integrated sensor array and the network sensor array are not mutually exclusive. The integrated sensor array is not a direct upgrade. There is a give or take, right? What if I don't want this 2-minute duration? I want just what the network sensor array does without all of the additional doodads of the integrated sensor array, right? So there will be carriers. Just the fact that a carrier has, you could say, okay, well, network sensor arrays that are fit to supercarriers or not fit to anything stays network sensor arrays, and network sensor arrays that are fit to a carrier becomes an integrated sensor array. But that doesn't work because there might be people who have a network sensor array on their carrier that wants it to stay a networked sensor array. So you can't just infer that based on it and make a giant changeover. So how do you do it? How do you allow people to instantly pick between a network sensor array and an integrated sensor array? And the biggest ways to do it is like, well, for some people have suggested a BPO, just give them a BPO or something. But then you now have this thing in existence that people can move around to anywhere, turn network sensor arrays into integrated sensor arrays. And this might not be like, that's a crazy blueprint, right? To just exist, especially given the fact that this is a momentary right now issue. 2 years from now, they're not going to want, maybe they could always remove this ability to do it. Once the changeover is done, they say, okay, everybody who has the changed it can change it. now we're going to lock it back down. And they can do that. But if they had released a blueprint that does this for people, which is what a lot of nullsec people want, it would break it. Because, like, what are you going to do? Take the blueprint back? No. So the blueprint idea wouldn't work. The issue here is, with it being in an LP store, a lot of carriers and capitals in general don't want to be docked in stations a lot of the time. They like to be in player structures. NPC stations can be pretty squirrely, and nullsec doesn't have very many of them. Nullsec people, which are the people that use carriers more than anybody else, aren't able to access LP stores in the same way that everybody else can. And furthermore, the network sensor array is 1,000 M3. So it's not like somebody can just like take the entire Alliance's network sensor arrays and go and like change them out real quick using some like fast hauling ship. Like this is a legitimate question. This is a legitimate issue that organizations, especially null organizations, are going to have to solve. Although, to that end, I will say that one person's inconvenience is another person's opportunity. This does make a very logistical challenge, but it does mean that whoever solves that logistical challenge for the group will benefit from solving that. Blueprint copies turning it into a rare item? Maybe, but this isn't a great situation. This is not a great solution, but after thinking about it for some time and looking at the stuff that CCP has said about these things, I think I can agree that this is probably the best solution out of a bad option. Is a believer that carrier pilots should have a BR to support the carrier even carried in one? Yeah, but even if you assume that they do have a blockade runner, the fact that you're now asking every single individual person or, you know, whatever, to load up their blockade runners to go and do it. Like, my point is that I do agree that this is a pain in the ass. I just don't think that there is a better solution for it. You can if you want a blueprint, that's easy. Just get a blueprint for the new thing and start cranking them out. They're a module. They're not going to cost that. They're not going to take that long to build. So if you really want to, you can just start building new ones, and that's fine. This conversion system is incredibly clunky, but like, so the other option that I thought of, which would be wild, would be like, put in everybody's staging systems in nullsec a trader, an NPC trader, so that way they can trade it in space. Like that would be the only better solution that I can come up with. It's like, for the next week, you know, like the Deathless comes in and be like, hey, this is bullshit that they're doing this. To help you guys out, we're going to put in traders in like every single nullsec system, so that way you can trade it out, and then after a week it goes away. Like that would be that's the only better solution that I can think of, and that is its own level of clunkiness. All right, well, either way, I addressed the issue. The above change aims to tackle Skynet carriers. Carriers will no longer be able to engage at their previous extreme ranges without active integrated sensor arrays. While this module is active, the carrier will be unable to warp, dock, or tether. This provides counterplay for those attacking into carriers within tether range of a structure. The integrated sensor array is a much more powerful variant of the network sensor array. The microjump drive and microjump field generator restrictions are not present in this variant, allowing ships more mobility. Active tanking is also buffed when using the integrated sensor array. And lastly, EWAR capacitor cost increases of the network sensor array are not present to allow for more flexibility in fitting. Note that carriers will still be able to fit a network sensor array until early next year. After this time, the network sensor array will be made exclusively to supercarriers. All right, I take back everything I fucking said. If they already have the plan to remove this from carriers, in my opinion, they should have just made the change. They should have just made the change. They should have just made it so that everyone that was fit just becomes it and be like, that's it. Starlink, if you accidentally typed 2 sentences and put a period between those sentences, but you didn't put a space in between the 2 sentences, then the auto moderator will just detect that as a URL, because it sees word.word, and that's all it looks for. So if you might need to post your sentence again if it wasn't actually a link. Okay. I was not aware that that was true, but Happy African American Day, I guess. All right. So yeah, I think that they just created a problem that they didn't need to create. I think that they could have just made the changeover. But either way, whatever. Let me know. Am I wrong? Are you going to use... I want to find one person. If you have a carrier and you are actually going to want to use a network sensor array instead of an integrated sensor array, please reach out to me or comment down below, because we're talking about a hypothetical here. And I just think that they could have avoided the issue if they had just automatically converted them instead of using LP stores. All right. Increase Scarab support fighter ECM strengths. The Scarab 1 to 2.4 from 1.6. Navy Scarab to 2.7. Scarab 2 to 3.0. Agree, just make the change. Yes, it'll be a problem, but people will adjust. Yeah, I think that it would have been just better to just rip the Band-Aid off. Increase Cenobite fighters energy neutralizer amounts from 60 gigajoules to 70, from 70 to 80, and from 80 to 90. So yeah, better newts, better ECM, because everybody always wants more, better jammers. That's what I hear all the time. Yeah. The Scarab and Cenobite are the least popular support fighters by a noticeable margin. Increasing their effectiveness helps make bonuses found on the Archon and Chimera field impactful. Having more viable options for a carrier also gives them better flexibility. I wonder, like, because you're going to hit... The weird thing about ECM, because of the fact that ECM is like a probability-based thing based on strength. It's like if you hit a threshold, suddenly it's going to be really effective versus not very effective, right? So if you have this new carrier bonus, so Chimera gets a 10% additional bonus to ECM strength, and then they also get this other bonus to ECM strength. The thing about... Okay, so there's a reason the Griffin Navy issue is very strong because it has an ECM strength bonus on the drones. Now, normally ECM drones are considered to be pretty weak. But the thing is, like, when they made the change to ECM to make it so that you can always lock the thing that's jamming you, so that now ECM is a taunt, ECM drones actually ended up being extremely strong, especially for like explorers, right? So as an explorer, you used to fit a jammer potentially on you. So that way, if anybody tried to attack you, you could just jam them out and leave. But with the changes to jamming that happened like a decade or more ago, or so ago now, that was no longer viable. And so you switch to ECM drones, because if the ECM drone is jamming, that's not you, that's the drone. So the only thing that they can lock is the drone now, not the actual ship. So this is why the Griffin Navy issue got changed to have their bonuses be to the ECM drones. So that way the Griffin itself, the Griffin Navy is like just balls to the walls fighter. And then the drones keep the thing not targeting you by jamming them out. So in the same sort of way, like being able to jam something out is incredibly powerful for a carrier. So I wonder how much this is going to improve the Chimera as far as like people's interest in it, not even for its combat capabilities, but just by the fact that it is going to be the best at jamming people out with fighters and then jumping away, right? Like if something tackles the carrier, it can theoretically jam out the tackle and then go. I don't know. Am I crazy? Is that crazy? I don't know. Let me know. All right. Oh, we have another video. All right. That's just going to be, that's just the new model, right? Okay, so we're not looking at any new effects or anything like that, I don't think. Cool, it's pretty. Don't people primarily use bubbles to kill caps? Sure, but not on LoSec, right? I'm just saying, so like, here's the thing, remember, so now, so as a LoSec group, I can do hot drops. I don't need a Titan. I can bring my carrier, right? So I'm doing a hot drop by jumping a carrier and support fleet on top of an enemy. Being able to jam them out more effectively can also be incredibly powerful, especially if things start to go tits up. All right, super carriers. All super carriers can now conduit jump with the same mechanics as the carrier. Can now jump with a maximum of 30 other capsuleers. Subcapital combat ships are all subcapital combat ships are eligible to be jumped. So super carriers can now conduit jump the same as carriers. You can just micro jump drive out of the bubble as well. Right. Yes, that's true. As long as you're not scrammed. Yeah. So you jam the scram, you micro jump drive out, and then you jump. Ooh, wait. Hold on. Wait. This actually does bring up another interesting question, though. So, the integrated sensor array... Hold on. The network sensor array, it stops you from moving, right? No? No. Is this the only siege that doesn't make you stop moving? Okay. Because I was wondering, because it was like, okay, well, if you're going to micro jump drive while doing it, then how do you get a direction? But yeah, okay. That still works. Very interesting. I definitely want to play around with carriers more after this. The addition of the conduit jump with super carriers give them extra utility and some nice quality of life when flying in a smaller fleet. The idea that you would hot drop with a super carrier plus 30 subcapitals when you could use a carrier and 30 capitals or subcapitals seems crazy to me, but I'm sure some people are going to do it. Okay, increase the fuel bay of all Force auxiliary ships to 6,000. Force auxiliary ships are often more fuel hungry than other ships with the same size bay. Increasing the fuel bay for these ships should make the experience of flying them more enjoyable. Why are Force auxiliary ships more... why are they often more fuel hungry? Does anybody know why that would be true? They should use the same amount of topes, right? Like, why... why would a fax take less... or why would a fax require more fuel than, say, a carrier? Oh... does that make it cost more? Hold on. This is how little I know about carriers. Or capitals. Oh, yeah. There it is. Oh. No. Okay. Wait, no. Wait. Hold on. Right. Triage uses Straunt. But... so they have to have both. They have to have both types of fuel. I'm assuming that dreadnoughts already are balanced for that? Because dreadnoughts use Straunt too, right? No, they use heavy water? Okay. Yes to which part? I said a lot of things. Oh, yeah, they've got 8,000. They've got 8,000 compared to a fax, because faxes were copied from carriers, so that's why they have less. Okay, so if I go with Apostle and look at this, it is 3,000. So yes, okay. So that's the reason why. Dreads already have a larger bay. All right, balancing. All right, the Blood Raider capitals are being added to the Blood Raider LP store. So now, it used to be the only source for them was the Sodios, which they kind of give a hint here that they are very unhappy with NPC Sodios. So we're adding the Blood Raider capital ships to the Blood Raider LP store as we are unhappy with the state of NPC Sodios and getting in parity with the other pirate factions. Remember, they did just recently take what used to be FOBs, but like the outposts, the not Sodio outposts, they removed them from high sec, so they're low sec only. So yeah, overall CCP has not been overly thrilled with the way that the pirate strongholds have worked. So it seems like this is almost in preparation to remove Sodios from the game, or from the game as a major factor, but for now they're just adding it to the LP store. We are adding them at a slightly higher cost, plus 10% to the others, to carefully monitor them, so we'll slowly adjust them down when we're satisfied, although we know that this is likely too high of a cost, and the other pirate dreadnoughts are likely still too expensive as well. Additionally, we're reducing the cost of the loggerhead at the same time to match the Dagon at 15 billion ISK and 15 million LP. We want to monitor pirate faxes being more available before reducing them to their dreadnought values, since they may be overpowered in some niche areas of space, such as wormholes, if they're easier to replace and more available. God, I want a Dagon for my wormhole. All right. Cenotaph. Cenotaph damage of the breacher pods reduced from 50 seconds to 40 seconds, which goes from 75 seconds to 60 seconds with max skills, and the damage is reduced from 800 to 600. So it goes from 1,000 DPS to 700 DPS with max skills. What? Oh, never mind. You're right. Okay. Yeah, got it. This is a large reduction to the total amount of damage done per breacher pod, especially against larger ships with matched skills. This is a reduction of from 75,000 to 45,000 maximum damage. So this is an interesting point, because like the part of the whole breacher pod is the fact that they do a percentage of the damage. So hitting up makes them highly effective. So the Cenotaph in particular is really good at like killing battleships and dreadnoughts and stuff, and capitals and such. This cuts its damage to those things by almost half, at least by a third. So the Cenotaph, it's a pretty significant nerf to the Cenotaph's ability to harass larger things. But the Tholos change, they have their damage duration reduced from 50 seconds to 40 seconds, or from 75 seconds to 60 seconds. And the maximum damage is increased, not decreased, increased from 160 to 200, or 200 to 250 with max skills. So unlike the Cenotaph, which loses about 30% of its damage, the Tholos actually does not lose any of its damage at its maximum tier. It just means that it's going to be doing more damage, or the same amount of damage, a little bit faster. So it actually increases its DPS while reducing how long the guys remain infected. So the Cenotaph is still too strong despite our attempts to add more counterplay in the Legion Major update. We're reducing the maximum damage duration of pods with max skills from 75 seconds to 60 seconds and lowering the maximum potential flat damage output that the breacher pod outputs. This comes to, close to halving the total damage, a 40% reduction, which we still think it will leave it in a very strong place against high resistance targets, but reduce the overall pressure it provides when spreading multiple pods over multiple ships at once. We're also adjusting the Tholos a little for consistency so that all breacher pods now last 60 seconds with max skills. We're lowering the amount of total damage duration of the pod, but then compensating by increasing the flat damage, keeping the damage per pod the same as now. We'll see an increase from 200 to 250 against larger targets as it's focusing its new pods on, but we'll see a small reduction in damage of spreading multiple pods over smaller targets. Also nerfs it for ganking freighters. Are people are people using breacher pods to gank freighters? That sentence doesn't make sense to me. Because you're not... What? What? People are suicide... Wait, are they suicide gang? Where are they catching these freighters? Everything in my training just got deleted. So you suicide 4 billion ISK worth of ships in order to try to get a freighter down? Yeah, you can't... Wait, you can't stack the damage. Eve Universe Show Discord channel. Hold on. Huh. hold on. When did this happen? This was 11.5. That's actually not that long ago. In Poinen? No. In Noma? Hold on. I am, I guess, incredulous. Hold on. I got to see this for myself. Because, like, if it's a proper... Oh, wait, this is definitely too old. If it's a proper suicide gank, because that's not a suicide gank. Because the Cenotaph didn't die. Where is it? Hold on. That's still too old. There it is. No. No, it's not a suicide gank. This dude made himself eligible to get killed. Because there's no Cenotaphs being suicide. There's no Cenotaphs being destroyed by Concord here. I mean, like, theoretically speaking, it might, but no. This is somehow they tricked this this freighter, because it has missiles, to go suspect or something, and then from there, right? Hold on. No. Wait. No, that's in Jita. Yeah, I don't... he's not suicide ganking. Then why are there pods on... Because, no, my point is that they're not losing the ship. They're making... This ship somehow goes suspect. Either because they have a kill right on it, or they just tricked the ship into going suspect somehow, or whatever, and then they go after it. Because they didn't lose the Cenotaph to do it. So it's not like there's somebody like sitting there in Uedama and just like throwing away a couple of Cenotaphs in order to kill a freighter. Look at the Corp Legion. Okay, hold on. You're right. Not all... That is true. Legion is closed. That's an alliance, though. I don't see a Legion Corp. Bowhead. What's wild, though, is that they did it with pods, which means... Did they... Wait. These guys are all Mimitar Republic. How much do you want to bet? Yeah, they're faction Mimitar Republic. How much do you want to bet that this dude was in a MER faction warfare or Angels or something like that when it happened? Okay. Z Legion B? Got it. Well, that's what a suicide gank looks like often. There it is. That's... Oh, Kaldari's sentry gun. What is even happening? Concord. Holy shit. People are concording Cenotaphs. At $1 billion each. That's wild. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, he died to Concord. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Hold on. Where was that? G to the Forge. Let's say it was this one. Well, no, this. Okay, so he loses this one to kill this one, and he loses this one to kill this one. Was it worth it? Well, no. So they lost 4 cenotaphs for a total of about 4 billion ISK, and they got 1.8 dropped, with 9.8 destroyed. But even if everything had been destroyed, even if everything had dropped, they still would have never have made the amount of money back. You can ignore the status, but like the calculation, 2 billion for a 12 billion is kill mail. Yeah. But like normally they're not just doing it for the big kill mail. They're doing it for the loot. I mean, they probably detected that it was expanded cargo holds, but they can't, like, that's the problem with ganking jump freighters, is that so much of the value is actually in the ship, which of course doesn't drop. No, it's not some sort of money laundering op. I think it's literally just like they went for it. They just went for it. Huh. Well, even if they had I want to talk to this dude, but either way, whatever. Okay, well, my mind's blown. Check the Charon. Well, that one I don't have evidence that they suicide ganked on it. Like, I sincerely believe that they got this avalanche to go suspect somehow. That's more typical. This Orca. I mean, the Orca dropped 7 billion. They made a good choice there. What the hell did the Orca have? Syndicate reinforced bulkheads, Syndicate damage control, Shadow Serpentis remote sensor booster. Oh my god. What's in it? All kinds of Pochfin stuff. 1.1 billion ISK worth of red loot dropped. 2 billion ISK worth of Triglavian transconduit datacasters dropped. Ooh. Somebody has been farming some wormholes. I bet you, actually, oh no, they were probably moving. 3 billion in 0 point. Yep, 0 point, but 0.5. They're doing Triglavian wormholes, probably. That's been a popular thing to do. Boy, howdy. I mean, I was also pretty surprised when I found out that people were using, like, Gnosises for ganking. I can't. If it's more efficient than Taloses, then sure. Cenotaphs and ganking a real problem. A Reddit discussion from a month ago. Is it really? Well, at least it's not an issue anymore. Or at least it's going to be a lot less of an issue. Okay, well, we all learned something today. Let's keep going. All right, so the Stratios. I love this change. The Stratios gets a 50% medium energy turret damage roll bonus and reduces the number of turrets from 4 to 3. My personal little pet peeve, I've loved the Stratios for a long time. My personal pet peeve is that it is so effective to fit the Stratios against its bonuses, right? It's supposed to be a laser boat and an armor boat. And yet, a lot of the top tier Stratios fits that you will find are shield and usually projectile or newts or something like that. And so, like, it's always... The Stratios is one of those ships that I've always wanted to love, but has had such a hard time actually liking it in practice for a lot of things. Especially for the things that it's supposedly designed for, like 4 out of 10, or like combat exploration and stuff. Shield because of how agile it is, and newts because 4 lasers with damage bonus kind of sucks. Yes, no. I understand that there's a reason why people make these choices. But I'm of the opinion, like, if a ship is frequently, by the player base, used against its own bonuses, then that means that something about the ship isn't working. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay for sometimes, like, people use the shield fit VNI, or, you know, a lot of Galente ships will sometimes have shield fits or whatever, for whatever reason, because, like, you're going a little bit light on tank to max out how much damage you can do, or whatever. That kind of makes sense. But, like, the fact that the Stratios was more commonly than not fit against its own bonuses just showed how ineffective those bonuses were, especially since one of those bonuses is an armor resist bonus, which resistance bonuses are one of the strongest bonuses in the game. So now we're going to get, you get the 10% bonus, or well, 50% bonus to drone hit points and damage, 20% to all armor resistances, and then we have the optimal range bonus to medium energy turrets. But now we are also going to get the damage bonus to medium energy turrets. But so that damage bonus is not, it does 50% more now, because they're also dropping a turret. So it goes from having four turrets to 6, right? Well, no, wait. 4 to 4.5? Wait, is that right? Am I crazy? 50% medium energy turret roll bonus. Yeah. So it'll be 4.5. So it increases the damage by a little bit. By 12%? 13% total damage bonus. But it also means that you can now fit your entire weapon rack and the prober and the cloak, which feels a lot, like, overall feels a lot better. So I don't know if this is necessarily going to make the Stratios, like, that much stronger for things like 4 of 10s or whatever. But what it will do is make it so following the bonuses make more sense, and it also makes it more cohesive as a concept. You know, like, you want your turrets, your cloaking, and your probes, right? So now you get to have them all, and that makes sense. And it doesn't change the Newt Stratios at all, which is kind of nice. All right. Even though the Stratios was bonus for medium energy turrets, they were frequently ignored for other weapons and energy neutralizers and felt weak despite the bonus. We're giving it a large 50% damage roll bonus, but then taking away a turret. This should make the lasers feel better to use with most Stratios fits, since you can fit 3 bonus lasers alongside the cloak and a probe launcher at the same time, and it also reduces the fitting and capacitor cost needed for a full gun fits. Oh, that's a good point. Less fitting. While providing a small boost in damage, as now the 3 turrets will outdamage the Stratios with 4 turrets fitted. Cool. Yeah, I wonder... Well, we could play around with what it does for fitting, but we don't need to do that right this second. Yeah, you're right. It's also 3/4 the cap cost. That's true. So that's good. I'm not necessarily counting the difference in fitting, though, because obviously you're going to put something else in that slot, and that's going to consume its fitting. All right, Mamba. So the destroyers, the Mamba and the Mecha Ball, has their net resonators required to build them reduced by 1/4, which is going to bring down the cost of those ships further. And the Venture blueprint no longer requires Isogen to manufacture. Let's see if that just makes the Venture cheaper or not. Hold on. Venture Consortium. Hold on. These are new, right? Yeah. No? No, these are also modifies. Venture. So they got rid of the Isogen. But they did nothing else. Am I right? Yes. Yeah, because these two modifiers are only happening because they changed the order. And since it's diffing them, it's noticing them as changes, even though they're not changes. So all they did was remove the Isogen. So Ventures are going to be a little bit cheaper. It's pretty nice considering it's supposed to be a newbie ship that you can build anywhere in HiSec without needing to probe down Kernite. Yeah, although technically speaking, you shouldn't need to probe down Kernite now necessarily, but yes, correct. Okay. Porpoise. So the Porpoise and the Orca have had boosts to their industrial core for local tank. So the local tank, the bonuses have been doubled for the Porpoise. Well, 15 to 25%. So doubled or almost doubled. And then the Orca from 30% to 40%, from 20% to 40%. So not quite doubled cycle time, but the amount is doubled. So that's good. And then the same with the industrial core goes from 30 to 40 and 30 to 50. So again, this is local tank, not the remote reps. But this does make you a lot more survivable, which is going to be important, especially if you're going to be needing to bring porpoises and orcas into these low-sec/null-sec prismaticite sites. Giving a small boost to the active tanking capabilities of the porpoise and the orca while they're using the industrial core modules. I do like the fact that, like, the idea being that you can just sit there and hold your ground if you're industrial cored. So that now there's a choice between, like, okay, well, do I drop the core and try to get off versus survive? Like, it helps that survive side more. And then Plex transaction logs. New Plex transaction logs are available throughout through the wallet. There are 2 tabs available: Overview and Transactions. The Overview tab shows a pie chart of either income or expenses. The Transaction tab will show the latest 2,000 entries. Description of transactions include which characters interacted with the Plex balance. Entries. Oh, that's cool, because, like, you can all 3 of your characters have the same Plex vault, right? Entries can be sorted by date, ascending or descending. Transactions can be copied to a clipboard in CSV format or provided for easy pasting to your workbook software of choice. Good stuff. They did mention that loyalty points are coming later as they work through the technical debt of it. Shield reps, non-ancillary needs buff, not necessarily individual ships. I don't know. Maybe. Extra large shield boosters are pretty good. The problem is that, like, with frigates and cruisers and stuff, you can way oversize things. But, like, with a battleship, there's only so far oversized you can go. Question for the Ash in chat. Anyone have a good idea if the skills will be in the schools or the LP store? Didn't they say... Hold on. What was the name of the skill again? Mining precision. I don't think that they've said it, but I guess my random guess is going to be the same, the same places as all of the other stuff. So Yitri, Propel Dynamics, Cypher & Co., Freedom Extensions, Zoran Sons, Dulcio Foundry, Impetus, Chemeltech, Mortis Legion, or an Intaki Bank. It doesn't explicitly say that about those skills, and it has said things about other stuff, but like that would be my guess. But yeah, they're going to be seeded on the market almost certainly. But we'll put that. We're gonna get. That's an assumption. So we're gonna check. We're gonna put that on my list of things to check on the day of the expansion. So mining, skill, location. Let's keep going. Okay. Epic Arc. So there's a new Epic Arc, the first new Epic Arc for 16 years. Fractured Legacy, consisting of 3 mining-focused missions. So an Epic Arc that's only 3 missions long. Really stretching the definition of Epic Arc. But whatever, get in, get out. Consisting of 3 mining-focused missions, this new Epic Arc is meant for new and returning players. The Arc showcases Catalyst features, including a gorgeous phased field, which is probably good because most people are never going to see a phased field, or especially new players. The latest Epic Arc in nearly 16 years is short and experimental compared to its predecessors. It's estimated to be completable in the length of a normal session. Earn novel rewards such as the Ore Mining Destroyer and Pioneer. Other rewards include other new expansion goodies such as modules and BPCs. So this is an interesting piece that I don't know, because like they've talked about other stuff like that, but we don't like. So we were going to should be just called. I mean, literally, there are missions that have 3 parts to it. So originally we thought that the Epic Arc was going to provide a Pioneer BPC, but it appears that it will provide the actual Pioneer itself. In fact, specifically, I think, we can, that's that, there was like a little token. Here we go. Pioneer Redemption Token can be traded at an ore for an Ore Pioneer from the right agent at the right station for the right time, or at the right time. So that might be the way it does it, or it may just give you the Pioneer at the end. But it doesn't look like they're going to be giving PPCs. So, by the way, friends, that means that we don't need to necessarily collect PPCs, but we probably will put out an opportunity for people to turn in Pioneers if they are interested. But I'm curious as to what the other expansion goodies are, such as modules and BPCs. So we're definitely going to have to do the Epic Arc on the first day. Or try. To get... So, I don't know what these BPCs and modules are going to be. I assume it could be things like the Command Burster or the survey stuff or whatever. Yeah, I do plan on buying a Pioneer BPO too, don't get me wrong. To get started on the Ore Epic Arc, go to the Air Laboratory Station in Kisogo 7 and speak to Elias Peltonen. I really hope that that means that this Epic Arc is a continuation of the Air MPE. That Elias is the character from that. So this means that we're actually probably... This is the closest indicator that they're actually doing what I was hoping they would do with this that we've had so far. But also, like... brief reminder that CCP hates Galente pilots. So Galente faction warfare pilots won't be able to do this this Epic Arc while in Galente faction warfare because it takes place in Caldari Highsec. But it has to take place somewhere, right? Yeah, it is air. It's air. Air opportunities, freelance job visibility update. We've updated freelance jobs in air opportunities to only display jobs that the current character is eligible to participate in. I like that. Visions of Screaming Infomorphs suddenly fills mind. Yeah. Yeah. No news stories yet for lore of on how these... Well, Gizmo, the phase fields haven't happened in game yet. We won't get the science behind it until they actually happen, and then people report what is happening. We're just getting mechanical information at this point. Remember, Eve lore happens in real time. But there are some clues. There are some clues, right? Like, so if we go to the New Eden News, we can see Thucker Chief NR echoes AMP concerns over dangers of Republic-backed experimentation and liberated Barbican. And there's another one with things about I thought there's been some notes about warnings raised over drifter wormhole experiments. Yeah. So the chances are that whatever is going to happen is a direct result of all of these experimentations. But I was going to read this and talk about it later, if we get there. Okay. So, faction warfare update. This is a big... Phased anchors also require Atavum. That tracks. That's interesting. But, like, given the fact that Atavum's relationship to the universe makes a lot of sense. I think that we're going to learn a little bit more about how space-time works at all when it comes to these phased. The idea that things can be phased in and out of reality, you know, feels like it has something to do with subspace and, you know, the relationship with the Triglavians and all this other stuff. So, you know, we'll see. By the way, the one thing that I really want to see CCP do to these phase fields is add, like, it so that you cannot light Sinos in the phase fields. I think that that would be a huge difference when it comes to, you know, being able to get in there and grab stuff and only be jumped on by so much stuff. Like, they would have to Sino somewhere else and then warp in. But either way. Okay, faction warfare. This is actually a huge change. So new NPCs have been added to most faction warfare sites. NPCs of both the occupying and attacking factions will be present. NPCs will fight based on factional allegiances and can contest sites. Some NPCs may be fitted with warp disruption. NPCs can still drop tags, but at a lower rate given their increased presence. Scouts, smalls, mediums, and large complexes sites have all been updated. So, I think the Jovian cloaks are phased out, and you need Atavum to bring the Jovian cloaks back into phase. Yes, I agree, Wizard, that there is some pretty strong implications that the way that they cloak Jovian structures has something to do with this phasing technology. That's correct. Which tracks if the Deathless was gathering them to Zarzak for the first time and needed more to bring the Warden out of cloak. Yep, that makes sense too. Man. Ooh, I'm kind of excited. Either way, so what's happening here is that when they added pirate insurgency sites, the pirate insurgency sites have rats from both sides that are fighting each other. Now, it used to be, or is now, that in faction warfare, there's offensive plexing and defensive plexing. If you're doing a site in an enemy-controlled system, you have to kill the rat, and the rat, like, stops the timer while it's there. So the slower it takes for you, the longer it takes for you to kill that rat, the longer it takes for you to do the site. And that's why these rats, like when it was made this way, these rats were made to be very non-impactful. Because at the time, back in like 2011, with the Inferno expansion, sorry, it was very important by the player base that PvE and PvP remain separate. So the idea that the rat spawning would somehow change the course of battle between players was seen as abhorrent back then. Now, obviously, people have changed their opinions about these sorts of things over time. And so like a more active, realistic battlefield kind of feels a little bit cooler. But more importantly, this does two things. One, it makes it so that unfit ships can no longer defensive plex. That's a big deal and a good deal. A lot of these like LP farmers and other garbage stuff, like defensive plexing in basically unfit ships has always been kind of meh. Now, it is nice, by the way, to be able to be like, oh yeah, you know, as a newer pilot or whatever, like if you're solo plexing and you're defensive plexing, then you can do the largest plex that you want to do, which means that, you know, when you're defensive plex, you get a lower portion of LP based on the contested value of the system. And so you compensate for that by doing the most powerful sites, right? So I do a large site, even if I'm in a frigate, because I only get like 60% of the LP, so I end up getting the most as I can based on that. And, you know, I'll often send people that are solo to defensive plex, so that way they can do that without having to worry about the rats. They will now have to worry about the rats. So your DPS will matter that's on field in the same way that pirate sites do. So that kind of gimme is no longer there. And it also takes away that kind of unique difference between defensive plexing and offensive plexing. However, the other big difference is they now can warp disrupt, which is something I've asked for a long time. The idea that a rat can show up and actually hold somebody there. I like the idea of minor unpredictability in things like fights. Like the fact that I can be sitting inside, seeing somebody outside my gate. I'm running down the timer. Here's the thing about that. When I see somebody on my gate, I'm going to just start aligning out, but I'm going to stay in the site, right? I stay into the site until the moment I see them land on grid with me, and then I warp. Why would I leave any sooner than that? I want to count down the timer as much as possible, and if they don't come in the site, I don't want to have to have left. So I'm going to stay in the site as long as possible, ready to leave, and as soon as they land, I leave. So now there's that small chance that everything just goes wrong at the right moment, right? There's somebody on grid with you, or there's somebody on the gate. You're trying to get ready to leave, and then suddenly rats spawn, one of them points you, they come in, and everything goes bad. I actually like the idea that that can happen. So overall, I think that this is going to take a lot of adjustment for how we think about faction warfare. But overall, I think that this is going to be a really good change. This doesn't necessarily affect all of those multi-boxers and stuff, because they don't necessarily care about defensive plexing versus offensive plexing, because they're just using their drones to kill the rat anyways. This doesn't really help too much when it comes to like the multi-boxing issue, but like the cockroaches just feeding off of LP because they're defensive plexing in ships that mean nothing if you even catch them. This is going to increase your chance to actually catch somebody and kill them and have that be meaningful, who's just like decaying the defensive nature, the defensive plexing. CSP should change defensive plexing to a supply op, collect supplies from the supply depot and drop them off at the plex and wait for the timer. I mean, it could be, but I think that this works too. We'll see. This does fundamentally change like how we think about these plexes and what ships we bring to them. But I think it's a good change overall, especially having fought in both pirate sites and normal faction warfare sites. I have long since thought that they should just take the pirate rules and move them into the faction warfare sites. So good. Also, it probably will help people stop shooting their own rats, because they'll be the correct rats to shoot. Pirate fobs. The rewards for destroying a pirate fob has been rebalanced. A 10-man fleet will now be optimal for a payout, and 1 billion ISK can be earned per fob. Remember, fobs are now only in low-sec and null-sec, I think. Roaming NPCs spawned by the pirate fobs will no longer attack player structures. Good. The reward for pirate fobs did not fit the expected risk reward within low-sec. This has been some demand for 10-man content within these systems. The fobs have been rebalanced to provide rewarding content for medium-scale to low-sec pilots. Note that the drops from fobs have been unchanged. The roaming pirate fob NPCs have been causing frustration for those who have structures within those systems. This was especially true with Metanox moon drills. Oh, yeah, okay. Whereas their frequent brief attacks meant constant upkeep. As such, these NPCs will no longer shoot at structures. However, they may still visit them looking for other targets. So that's cool. Given the kind of equipment that it takes to do fobs, I still find it totally crazy that people are going to try to 10-man fobs for only 1 billion ISK per fob. Because, like, most of the time you use Dominixes and Leshaks and Nestors and stuff like that. I don't know, maybe there's some newer strategies for 10-man fleets for fobs. But, yeah, I can't think of anybody right now who's actually running these things, so we'll see. All right. We're excited to see what you do with the updates coming to Catalyst expansion, and we'd love for you to get involved with the discussion over on the Discord and the forums. Cool. So huge amounts of changes that affect all kinds of different playstyles. Mining, exploration, faction warfare, discovery tools, the new map. I am pumped. But I am interested in what you guys are most excited about with this expansion. There's a lot of different things that can be interesting to a lot of different people. So was any of my takes wrong? Do you have anything that is standing out to you as being super excited? Let me know down in the comments below. But I think that that's about it for this topic, at least. Let's see. Anything here that is worth looking at? Wondering why the arc is only for new and returning players. What about existing players? It's what, but I mean, I assume that existing players will still be able to do it, but they're saying that it's like designed to be attractive to those people, right? Yeah, it's meant for new. That doesn't mean that you can't do it. All right, whatever. I actually do like the idea of adding in an epic arc that just shows off some of the new features. That's cool. Maybe they should do that more often. Nah. Nothing too jumping out to me from here. Anything I haven't covered? Anything from any of the other dev blogs that maybe I should pull in for this conversation? I think that's about it. Okay. I think more lore mini arcs would be nice. I agree. Let's see. Carrier animation. Well, we did show off the carrier animations. We did talk about those a little bit. Yeah. So a couple things. One, the MER. My understanding is that the MER, according to Drake told me, and I don't know if it got corrected, but the numbers on Pochfin seem wrong. And yeah, I'm not 100. Hold on, let me double check that. Hold on. I've got a couple things to check out. You guys want to stick away? We might do a giveaway. Yeah, so Drake told me. Here we go. The new 2D map is really cool. For your information, the destruction numbers on this data are completely garbled and should not be trusted. Metropolis is reported as having more destruction than Pochfin and the Forge combined, but the sum of kill males in that region is a third of the reported number. Void space, which comprises Abyssal and Jovian space, dropped from 4.4 trillion to 2.72, but 1.5 trillion of that was Alliance tournament destruction, which implies that Abyssals went down 73%. Pochfin states as being down 30%, but the sum of the kill male value is only down about 5%. Wormholes have had 12 evictions in C6 space in October, but the destruction is allegedly down 17%. So yeah, I'm not 100% willing to like give too much analysis, because there's already kind of questions about the MER. And honestly, next month's MER is going to be the craziest. So let's talk a little bit about other news that is worth talking about, just in case you guys were curious. So okay, I don't always cover nullsec. I don't very often. I try not to focus on nullsec too much because I'm not the most. Hold on. The claim the devs were in communication with the dev of Dotland, so I'm hoping they bring him on board to make the game app as useful as Dotland. Yeah, they have been working a lot with the Dotland guys. I don't know if that literally means bringing him on board, but at least learning from what they were doing. Yeah, they put a lot of work into this 2D map. It looks really good. Okay, so I don't always cover nullsec politics, but when I do, it's because the biggest fail cascade in the history of fail cascades have happened. I'm not going to try to break down the whole news or anything like that, but just to be aware, just to bring your guys' attention if you aren't already, Pandemic Horde pooped themselves. And specifically, one guy in Pandemic Horde kind of shipped the bed for everybody. Effectively, Gobbins, who, you know, no offense to any of you Hordelings that are here, the fact that anybody has put any trust into Gobbins and Villy ever since World War B2 blows my mind. The fact that anybody was following these guys in the first place or still trusts these guys blows my mind. But, you know, so Gobbins has decided to single-handedly cause the single most destructive action to an alliance since Bob was dismantled. He effectively was just like, we're not supporting our allies anymore. We're pulling out. Also, I quit. Screw you guys. I'm out. Which meant that the Imperium, who were already poising to attack, were able to just smash them to smash their faces in, bubbling up their place and locking them all in. Now, Gobbins did actually manage to, or like start to unanchor and move his own stuff out first. So it definitely was like 100% a shiesty thing to do. And of course, all of the Pandemic Horde allies were like, why the hell should I help you? You just told us to go screw off. And so Pandemic Horde has been left high and dry and just getting rightfully butchered. We can go to the news. In fact, I think the latest community beat, if I remember correctly, yeah, referred to this as the bubble bath of RTAC AG7W. So that Keepstar has been bubbled to death and now been destroyed and will be a content generator for months, if not years to come, as people try to log in their capitals or in super capitals only to get totally whacked for it. So whew, I'm not going to pretend like I know enough about what's going on to like tell this whole story right now. Maybe I will someday soon. There are other people covering and stuff. Just realize that, like, I personally have never really been a big fan of Pandemic Horde as an organization, just by the way that they've operated. But you know, this is wild. So as we can see here, in the last 7 days, Pandemic Horde has lost 21,000 members, which, to put that into perspective, that means that if everyone who left Pandemic Horde went and joined their own new alliance, like just made a new alliance, right? If we look at, actually, hold on. Stop. Alliance rated rankings sorted by number of members. We can see that they are still 4th place, but if everybody that was in Pandemic Horde had joined their own alliance, they would be comfortably in 5th place, doubling the number of people that are in Brave Collective. That is wild. In fact, it would be the next 3 alliances combined, basically, is how big that ex-Pandemic Horde alliance would be. It was at 22,000 last time. We are close to hitting the halfway point, because it went from 50,000 to 27,000. So I imagine that within a little while, potentially, although it is starting to kind of taper off a bit, there's a pretty good decent chance that the Pandemic Horde will be cut by over half when this is all said and done, let alone their sovereignty being completely wiped out and everything else going really badly for them. The new Horde bigwigs also stuck. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, hold on. I want to point out something to you guys, okay? Like, let's say, just in case, the one thing I will contribute to this is realize that, like, as much as it's fun to crap on Gobbins for this, there is a really, really good reason to believe that Gobbins is just the fall guy. He handed, or like, there's a new leadership group that is taking over Horde. There is reason to believe, although I don't have all the information, it's come to, like, this is trickled towards me. I've heard amongst the rumor mill that, like, they were part of, like, the planning of this. Like, they basically pushed goblins out, or at least, like, helped make the decision that this is what they were going to do. So do not fall for the trick where it's like, oh, we're all just going to be mad at goblins, even though goblins was just taking the blame for the people that they now want you to continue to follow. So Horde leadership has always been an issue. Or, like, it's always been true that, like, the alliances follow their motif a lot more than... I've always found it interesting how much the alliances follow their kind of motif, right? So, you know, goons are very much like a hive, a swarm of all these little busy bees working together. Pandemic Legion used to, you know, crack open and infect and take away the power from other groups, stealing their best FCs into themselves like a virus. And Horde... Horde's a Horde. Horde doesn't have leadership. Like, from my understanding, as much as I've ever talked to people in Horde and seen things in Horde, Horde is very much about, like, they've got the least amount of, like, coordinated leadership, and most, like, hey, anybody can be part of it. You can do whatever you want, more or less, as part of it. And then every once in a while, they just point them, like, all in a direction, and they go that way. Like, it very much is like Orc, Horde, Warg, let's go, right? And so, and that's been basically the extent of Pandemic Horde leadership. So, yeah, but I would be incredibly suspicious of the current Pandemic Horde leadership, because they kind of orchestrated this stuff, and they kind of screwed over their own memberships too, and they kind of still want people to stay and follow them, which can be an incredibly risky thing to do. Accurate time will tell. The main thing is we don't want to deal with time zone fights. Wait, what? Hold on. Supposedly goons know what systems all the asset safety stuff went to and intended to camp the hell. Yeah. No. It's actually very easy to know which system everything, because everything will asset safety to the closest low-sec system. So there's only a few low-sec systems in the game that ends up being like the focal point for entire regions to asset safety into. So yeah, no, those are going to get hell camped forever too. I know the initiative has somewhat stepped in to help relocate Horde. And also the goons or the Imperium have stated that they are going to basically glass drone lands and then allow it to be almost like a cultivation point for smaller alliances, where as long as everybody follows the rules, then Imperium won't smash them. Hey, Bad Boy Smooth. We know where it is. We just don't need to camp just yet. Yeah. It'll take you, I think it takes 20 days. I'm pretty sure. Goons offered DR to Frat before making the new SEA-like thing. Oh, drone... Yeah. Originally, Goons offered drone lands to Fraternity, and Fraternity said they didn't want it. That's true. What? What do you mean? I should not donate to the guy in local from the Pandemic Horde Relief Fund? Yeah, don't do that. Yeah. So, if you're part of Pandemic Horde, consider not being in Pandemic Horde. Otherwise, this is a massive opportunity. There are thousands of people looking for a new home. And so paying attention to this and watching how this carries on over the next few months is going to be pretty interesting. We can see that there are big deltas up, like Fraternity added 5,000 people. But from my understanding, Fraternity, coincidentally, at around the same time, announced the ending of their rental empire. So they've been folding people into their main alliance. So that's the majority of their member count increase. However, the initiative is likely taking in a lot of Hordelings, because they have been one of the big people stepping up. And you can see that their spike happened right at the same time as Horde's collapse. So yeah, a lot of Hordelings are heading over to the initiative. Zigam's New Corp and Alliance? Which one's Zigam's New Corp and Alliance? See, again, like, I don't know 100% about all these different things that are going on. The rejects. Frat got Slice and Undies. Man, how do you make Slice look like the competent pilots? That is the most astonishing thing out of this entire event. The rejects. The rejects is closed. The rejected? Tactical withdrawal team? This has only one person in it. Oh, okay. That is... Oh, yeah. Tactical withdrawal team. There it is. The rejected. But this only has 29 members in it right now. Oh, it hasn't updated? Well, hold on. Members. Oh no, there's more than one. Yeah, this is going to take forever. Do we know where they mostly are? 18. Oh, tactical withdrawal team. 146. Okay. So there you go. Yeah. So they are growing, but not thousands. They're taking space in Kavala Expanse? Well, good for them. I wish them the best of luck. They were founded 4 days ago. So, pretty good. Oh, Mr. Unlucky. Wait, oh, okay. Why didn't you guys just say Mr. Unlucky instead of using Zigam? I don't know his in-game name. Okay, well, best of luck to him. I think that's a pretty cool idea. Yeah, this is a really good opportunity for people to provide a home to a bunch of lost souls. Speaking of which, if you want to join the Convocation of Empyreans and maximize player engagement with EVE Online, we are recruiting. Yeah. Anybody want coffee when I'm making one? I do want coffee, but I might have to go make myself one, which means we'll probably be wrapping up soon. I know we have so much more stuff to cover, but it's already been 4 hours. So I think that we're going to probably... So, okay, let's talk about my life for a minute. So for those of you, we're going to call this the end of the Eve news for the day. Yeah, we'll talk about the New Eden news and other stuff like that, and the MER stuff like that probably soon, maybe even tomorrow. Oh yeah, CSM. Thank you. Sorry, you're right. Let's do that first. CSM election has completed. So they did it this morning. Here are the guys. You can watch the whole process play out. They did it on stream. But we have quite a few good options. I mean, the Oz got back on. Angry Mustache is there. Young Puke got on, which isn't my favorite. But, you know, this time he got elected instead of selected. So that's pretty cool. Ariel Rin got in. Kashal Aderon, who I think last time didn't get in, now did get in again. I know Goons got 3 of their top ticket, which was a big deal. And then CCP chose Mick Fightmaster and Val Auroras as their 2 selections. Which, hey, Sticks, yeah. Yeah, big congrats to the Oz. I find these 2 the most interesting because, of course, these represent, Mick and Val, because those are the ones that CCP chose. And so often they'll choose things that they are focusing on. And, you know, they said that they were going to do stuff with wormhole space. And outside of the Odyssey, it seems kind of that this wasn't necessarily the expansion to fix wormhole space. So the fact that they chose a wormholer as one of their 2 people is fine and good. The part that confuses me is the Val Auroras part. Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, let's go to the news about this, and I want to go see. Actually, let's see. Can we go to the forums? Because what is Val's whole shtick? Because the thing that jumped out to me immediately, I'm not 100% sure what's going on with all these different people. There's only so much I can know at any given time. But what stood out to me is that, like, so CCP chose these people, and they usually do that to kind of fill in the gap to make sure that the thing that they're interested in has representation. And so the fact that they chose a second initiative member, they already have Ariel Rin, she got elected. And then in spite of that, they chose Val. Now, obviously, the initiative is a big group. They do lots of different things, whatever. But, like, it feels like that would maybe be, that's a red flag for redundancy. So I'm trying to figure out what it is that would have attracted CCP to grab him in particular. Rin is more ESI and more newbie focused and stuff, but is Val? Hold on, because I thought Rin was that's the thing. Even if you just say, oh, it's newbie focused, but like again, they Kashal Aderon is there, the Oz is there. Do you need? And they didn't choose. There's a lot of people that you could have chosen for New Bro PvP. You also didn't choose Mike Azariah. So what exactly does Val have that these other guys don't that got CCP to want him on the team? And I'm not trying to say that I disagree. I'm not 100% sure that there's obviously something there. I just want to look into it. I don't even remember. What did I say about Val? Oh! From Singapore and is that, hold on. What language is that? Is that Japanese? Singaporean? Am I crazy? Now, obviously, they're really... But my point is that they have lots of good options for this kind of thing. Empty space areas in nullsec have been empty of late. Solve for smaller groups. Limited time and faster content. Is it Japanese? The most number of Vedmax of all time. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I could see it. Like, there's a lot of people that claim to be big on these kinds of things, but like the fact that he has provable track record probably is very helpful when it comes to picking him versus somebody else. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that, like, while I can't necessarily be like, okay, this is the reason why. Languages of Singapore, English, Mandarin, Chinese. Yeah, so it could be some Chinese stuff, although I would assume that the frat person would also potentially represent... Is it the filaments thing? Hold on, what? Fix filaments, please. Hi, puppy girl. Okay, my puppy's saying that I need to wrap things up so that way she can go to the bathroom. So, yeah. Oh, it's Japanese? Okay. Well, that's probably also a valuable piece to it, too. Okay. I mean, the more I look at this, it's hard for me to be like, yeah, this is what this means. But, like, at the same time, he brings a lot of really good information with provable track record behind it. And the fact that you just pick up somebody with a foreign language is a perk. So, yeah. I wish these guys the best of luck. This feels like it could be a very solid CSM and Young Puke. So good to go. And of course, Drake, who's right there, will still be working on posturing with CCP. Yeah, and that kind of goes back to what I've said about like running for CSM. It's like at a certain point, I don't really need to know. Hey, Gary 07. I don't really need to know or be on CSM because I can talk to CCP if I need to. So it's good to hear that you've gotten, that you're still going to be involved, Drake. All right. So to wrap things up, though, I do want to talk a little bit about kind of what's been going on. First of all, I really appreciate everyone who supports my stream. You know, obviously, because of certain things in my past and all that stuff, because of whatever, like, people don't share my stuff on Reddit anymore. The normal discovery tools don't necessarily work out, and there's a lot of people that, you know, criticize me for various reasons. But there's a lot of you who continue to support me in spite of that. Share it around because I have good information. I'm here to put even into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. And I've been doing it now for like 6 years, and I'm incredibly blessed to be able to do it. And in spite of everything, I'm still able to do it, although things have gotten harder and harder to make ends work and all that stuff. And so all of you, and I say it every single time, but the people that like the channel, especially the people that share it with someone new and be like, hey, this guy Ash, he has information that's useful to be watching. For some of you may know that my son has autism and he's now 12 years old. And so we're going through a very challenging time. In which he's not wanting to cooperate, he's not wanting to go to school, and so it's taking a lot of my time and attention. And unfortunately, this has made it so that I can't stream as often. I've had to cancel streams and all that stuff, and it sucks. I'm trying to do as much as I possibly can, but ultimately, like yesterday, he went to go back to stay with his mom for a little while until he can get his head on straight and want to go to school. So hopefully that means I will be streaming more. So my plan is actually to be streaming potentially during this weekend. Why are you destroying things? And whatnot. So the good news is that we're going to probably have a lot more content coming soon. The bad news is that my channel has taken a pretty significant blow in the last several months due to my inconsistency when it comes to making content and stuff. So for all of you who have made the decision to become a member or a patron or whatever, I just want to tell you, like, people say this all the fucking time. My internet is on right now because of you guys. I got to eat last night because of you guys. Like, it really is. I don't make a ton of money off of this stuff. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm also a disabled veteran, so I get some other services and support, I wouldn't be able to do it based on the revenue of this channel alone. But I do it because I feel like what I do is important, because I feel like Eve is important, and I feel that helping people understand Eve better makes Eve better, right? Like, it's one of those things that, like, people that don't know better could just take it the wrong way. I've seen so many times over the years, people have the wrong ideas about stuff, null brain, etc., and, like, you know, I've always wanted to be that voice that helps show that there's so much more to EVE Online than what a lot of people talk about. You know, I still think that what I do is valuable, and that's why I've continued to do it in spite of everything. And so, again, I'm incredibly thankful to all of you who have supported the channel. And, you know, consider this your formal request, you know, especially as we enter into the holidays and stuff. If you can, in some way, support the channel, either become a member or a patron or pick up some merch or whatever, or even, like, if you want to talk to me about a one-time donation, just hit me up in Discord. Like, it means so much to me. And hopefully, things can work out. Yeah, I have a lot of hope for my son and for everything else, but I'm just trying to make everything work. And we know that real life comes first. And so, obviously my son is the bigger focus. If I'm going to let the channel die or my son fail, I'm going to focus on my son. But you guys have made it so that that choice doesn't have to be absolute. So I appreciate it. Now, like I said, things have decayed. Like, for instance, full disclosure, I've hit a negative number of subscribers in the last 30 days. And the first time is really since my background stuff came out. So, my channel is decaying and I need to get it back up. And, the way the algorithm works is that right now with this stream and with the future streams, it's more important than ever to like those streams, to share them around, to watch them through, watch them a second time if you need to, help the algorithm know that you guys still believe in me so I can still keep doing this stuff for you guys. So I hate to say those kinds of things. I hate to do anything that feels like I'm trying to manipulate you guys into giving me more money or whatever. But ultimately, even if you can't donate, just like I said, liking the stream and sharing it with someone and be like, hey, go check out this guy. He knows what he's talking about. It's a good place to stay caught up, means the universe to me. And I thank you guys so much. I have been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put Eve into context for my fellow Empyreans, for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much. And of course, as always, an extra special thanks to my top tier supporters whose names are not being pulled up right now. God damn it. Hold on. And that would be 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Leet, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Nihilum, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, and Rid. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. And yeah, that's why I wanted to wait till the end of the stream to talk about that stuff, because I want you guys, I didn't want it to put it in front of the content. So I will see you guys soon. I'm not 100% sure if it's going to be tomorrow. The best thing you can do is get on the Discord. And okay, hold on. The dog is chewing up my pen behind me. She's so mad that I'm not taking her outside. Hop into the Discord, flag yourself as interested in YouTube, so that way you get the pings in the media channel when I go live or put up a video. We need Frontier. That's right. That is another thing. There is a lot of changes happening to Frontier. So we need to talk the next time I'm going live, which is going to be probably this weekend at some point, but we'll see. We've got MER, we've got Frontiers, we've got a lot of other stuff to cover. And in fact, I've even thought about dabbling back into Eve Galaxy Conquest, but let me know what you guys think. But in the end, I've been Ashtarothi, like I said, and thank you guys so much. This has been awesome. And I love this stream and I love doing this for you guys. And yeah, so cool. On that note, I've been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden. Until next time, I'll see you in space. Bang the blah!
Bring on the wrecking machine. every city